Ah, is it that time? I think it's that time. What is up, one and all? Welcome back. Let me turn that down a little bit, as much as I love the music. It's time for the third place matchup. That's right, Beasty versus Anotand to kick off our day, and then plenty of fun games for the ladder to come. We might even check in on some Faye. I realize it's actually been a while, and you know, like we keep hearing people talking about all these new units, these cool new units that nobody else uses. So maybe in Faye we trust to fix that. We'll see. But let's get ready to get underway. So first series, of course, going to be the Big and the Beasty versus Anotand. Beasty getting the Sengoku and not even have a rush actually is quite surprising there. Yeah, like Anotand just ignored it. You guys notice that? And dude, I know this guy is obsessed with Knights Templar. Anyone else notice this? I think he's just like he's more fixated on finding a way to make that Civ work than any other pro player I can think of. I respect it, man. You know, he can end up being the absolute genius while everyone else is just messing around with yesterday's toys. He could be figuring out tomorrow's. Damn, look at that. Straight away, people come from the followers. What up, what up? So, by the way, do you guys see they're pinging about Red Bull Wallow in client. There's actually now like an announcement page thing. That's really cool to see. I just wish we had that in general more often for things. Also, not gonna lie, maybe it's a bit selfish of me, but I actually think like it's not just for me that I'm thinking it would be nice for them to actually feature content creators in game on the browser system. Because like this is the thing. Like, have you guys ever seen that Battle.net does this? Legit, like full on does it. I'm having a look now because I don't think they're doing it right now. But I remember, you know, one of my creators, like when Diablo's new season launched, he was like, "Hey, I need to focus, like no sponsor streams these days because I'm gonna be in the browser." I was like, "Huh?" It's like, no, yeah. He's like, "I'm gonna be literally in the Battle.net client browser." I was like, "That's actually a really cool thing." It's kind of crazy that on some platforms you have that level of like integration and support, but then we haven't even got like the basics really. It's kind of sad. Live but not recorded. This is gonna be like I think it wasn't played right this second. So yeah, played. I mean, it's gonna be basically cast from replays because like it's usually the idea is that this should be happening around the same time that the grand finals are on Thursday. But that's why if you don't want to spoil it for yourself and you know who's in the third place matchup, I say always save yourself for this, and then you get the full picture instead of getting half a picture from a player POV or whatever else. So let's see what we're getting for game number 1. Oh. And then tomorrow, like, dude, I'm still trying to figure out exactly what we're doing tomorrow. I've got so many ideas, man. And you know, the problem is I just need to, like, I've started to edit down the videos. So the Sonic one's ready to go when I'm ready. And we've also got the Dishonored one, which needs another part, probably 2 passes. And then obviously I need to figure out thumbnails and perfect timing for both. But I just need to pump them out. Because like it's almost like the more these you do without actually starting to see like whether it was right or not, it's almost like you're like, maybe this wasn't a great idea after all. But they probably are. I think there's a lot in here that are cool. Like I'm just scrolling now. I've got 7 pages of ideas already, right? And these are like 1 or 2 liners. This is quite a lot. But I was weighing up tomorrow doing the red light, green light challenge with either Dead Space or Alien Isolation. I don't know. I kind of like Dead Space more. I don't know though. I think that's mainly because I actually hate Alien Isolation because it's a piece of crap game. Like, it's a good game for what it is. Don't get me wrong. But I just think the way the AI system works in that just completely and utterly pisses me off. I'm like, you know when someone... The type of person that can respect, like, Elden Ring is a really good game, but also screw you all for liking it that much. That type of person. Like, some people have that mentality. It's kind of like that for me with Alien Isolation. Because when I played it years ago, I tried to play it through on the hardest difficulty. And folks, if you haven't played Alien Isolation, on the hardest difficulty is bullcrap, because the way that like AI works is typically it cheats. AI knows stuff, but it's told to kind of ignore that stuff. But the governor system on the hardest difficulty in Alien Isolation pretty much tells the alien to not ignore you at all. Not to pretend that it doesn't quite figure out where you are. It's just like, hey, he's here. Go there. Quick question. I played yesterday, like 15 games got hammered, even though I'm following all videos. Is it a sign to quit or what? It is clearly a sign to just give up playing and spend all your time watching streams. No, okay. Your problem is like you're probably overthinking it. You got to set yourself a goal and something you want to aim for, and then just go from there. You know, like if you really want to grind up to a certain rank, I mean, for a start, question why you want that, and then like actually hone in on what you're doing wrong. The biggest mistake people make when they're trying to improve and they don't improve is they're A, scared of failing, and B, don't question why enough, and then game out a solution. You do those two things, you're actually ahead of 99.999% of the gaming population. So yeah, a little tip for the day, I guess. But let's get ready for G1. But also watch all my videos. I don't know what's going on the YouTube side. I bumped my guy. I don't know. He said he was going to be back in action, and I noticed he like posted one video, and then it's been 5 days. So I really need to figure that out. YouTube's kind of like on the editing side has kind of become a disaster for the Age of Empires content. I don't know what to do with it at this point. Yeah. All right, so let me get the opening game. Damn, I love this song. This song is so good. All right, Rocky River, right? It should be Rocky River, I'm pretty sure. And of course, he picked Knights Templar. YouTube rocks? No, but I'm saying, like, the thing with YouTube is, like, in terms of the video posting. It's like, we literally, our last video was, I just checked this morning, because, like, I don't focus on the editing that much, because I had a guy who was doing the editing. And the editing, by editing, I mean legit just making the thumbnails and the titling and optimizing that. And he hasn't done it since the 17th. And then before that, it wasn't since like the 8th or 6th. And I just like saw it. I messaged him. I don't know. We'll see if he responds. But I'm like, okay, I'm going to basically, there's only way this would ever function is if I could find someone else then. Because like, I will not have the time. I've mapped this out between the live stream time, like the ideation live stream time, and then YouTube editing. With the new thing we're doing with games done in challenging ways, we're talking about like probably a 40 to 50 hour process potentially. Like, I would say on the Dishonored so far editing, I've probably spent 12 to 15 hours, maybe? And I'm going to go through for another pass, which is going to be a few hours worth, right? And then I'll maybe make some extra tweaks, and I might think about adding in some more, like, narration, right? Because we're basically, like, in that case, we're taking an 8.5 hour idea, like, recording down to about 20, 25 minutes. And this is indeed Rooftop from Sonic. It's like, honestly, it's one of the top songs. I think the only song from Sonic that tops any Sonic, I'm sorry, but like I've heard Green Hill Zone too much. I love Green Hill Zone, but I've heard it too much. The only one that probably tops this would be this one. But like this one is more for the epic moment, whereas the Rooftop one is just like happy any moment sort of thing, you know what I mean? Which is great. But let me get it all marked up in the overlay, and then we'll get into game number 1 of the Beasty Anotand series. Because we're going to Rocky River. Yeah, I freaking love this song. You know, it gives me My Hero Academia vibes. Anyone else feel that? Like, kind of like, well, like anime triumphant vibes, you know? Like, I can do it. When I have my friends, I don't have to feel alone. Although I think to really hit that, you have to listen to it at full blast, you know? Like, I had to deafen you guys, like... Alright, anyway, let's get ready to go. The first game of the series. Let me hit that on pause, actually. Beasty is back in the KPMM, folks, but he did not make finals this week. No, Beast slayed his way all the way through, and he'll have to settle for an opportunity at third. Beasty versus Anotand in a best-of-5 to see who will just about squeeze on that podium alongside the big boy B. Yeah, welcome back to the channel, folks. Game number 1 of this 17th week of Season 2 of KPMM. Anotand, this guy is obsessed, man. Like, this guy is absolutely in love with this Civ. I don't think I've seen someone try to justify Knights Templar in competitive more than Anotand does right now. And I'm talking about situations where there aren't water. Like, sure, there's fishing here. He could engage with it. He might even consider it. I doubt it. But even if there wasn't the pond play, even if there was no element of water whatsoever, this guy time and time again keeps going for Knights Templar. And it's usually these 2 TC plays, but folks, I think this is already a problem. I don't believe you can really get away with a 2 TC strat against Delhi, or at least it's not very easy. So we'll see how he actually wants to try and approach this instead, because it kind of feels like maybe Beasty caught him a little bit off guard with this pick. I'm trying to think, like, Beasty, you know, we had Pigeon's View, Himiyama, King of the Hill, Dry Arabia. Like, there's two or three other maps where Delhi can make sense. Maybe Anotand was expecting Marlians? Marlians or Shushi, actually, I could see making a lot of sense here. Even HRE. Like, there's quite a lot of picks that could have came out, which is why it's surprising Anotand punted out with a little bit of a more polarizing pick. Because, like, Delhi, the logic here in this map, folks, is they're just going to try to rush Sacred Sites, control, and dictate flow that way. The problem with that is, like, for Anno, if he wants to go for a 2 TC strat, he's going to really be running himself down against the clock. The alternative is he tries to play more all-in-y. And imagine for an all-in strat here. Would you just go... You wouldn't go Kingdom of France, right? I think... I don't trust a Chevalier up against Ghazi. Principals of Antioch is kind of an intriguing thought. That doesn't really get an advantage in the feudal. You'd be waiting for Castle for that play. So by process of elimination, I'm kind of looking at Knights Hospitalaire as a saving grace. And the cool thing about Hospitalaire is, like, a few of them left at home could give you a way of healing up your troops when they return. The challenge is you wouldn't really be able to use the Hospitalaire men-at-arms in combat because of how they struggle against Ghazi. Yeah, like, a lot of your problems are basically Ghazi. This is indeed a best of 5. A reminder, we had the semi-finals where I believe it was Anotand 1, Wham 3. And then Beasty ended up getting 3-0'd by B. So both of them feel a little bit of a sting in their thigh. Age up has been locked in. He's going for it. He's actually going to do TTC against Delhi. All right. Buckle in, because I remember even years ago, this was pretty much like accepted. A lot of players would say, if you try 2TC, you're pretty much giving the game over to Delhi. Long time ago since I last heard those absolute words out of the player's mouth, but that's because it's a long time ago since I actually saw someone try this against the Delhi. Yeah, Beasty, I mean, it's such a great map for Delhi as well with the triple Sacred Site. The way it's kind of layered and the fact your opponent's playing 2TC. Hospitalaire is confirmed as well, which I think it just makes even more sense if you're going 2 town center than if you're 1. You know, it already looked like the desirable choice, but when you consider the fact that you're going to have mainly villagers, having 15 more HP on them goes a long way. Fought against KT on hybrid maps before, faced a few strats where they go water, rush a fortress near their main, and just fast castle spam Templar Bros. Yeah, but hybrid's very different because hybrid gives you a substantial amount of food. Now, while there is food on this with fishing, the thing is it's not really the same. It's not like playing a Kawasan or, you know, some other map where you get maybe deep water fish like 4 legs. Things a lot harder to justify, so that's why he's not doing it full. Maybe a fortress into fast castle. Oh, I see what you mean now. He's holding the wood though, so this is definitely a TC. Appreciate the thought process there, but like the challenge is, what would you do with that? Because if you're going to try to rush a castle drop over at Delhi, they should have Ghazi out before you get in place. I don't know if that would really work. Like that you're kind of cooking, you know, there's some vegetables in the pot. It's brewing, but maybe the wrong sieve for it. Remember the KT goes castle of anger, they get mega buff fortress HP? They do, it's true, but my point is getting the castle up shouldn't happen. It's like such a weird gambit against Delhi. I would be surprised if it would work. Especially on Rocky River, because the other thing with Rocky River is compared to like even a Dry Arabia, your TCs tend to spawn a bit further apart, or at least it feels like it. So it's very difficult to kind of jam it in there. So second TC up, we'll just block in on the tree line from Anotand. And this means we're going to get a not participating early game. Yeah, so Beasty's just going to spam Ghazi to his heart's content. You know what's weird? Is I feel like I'm at a point where because we don't really ever see 2TC work, it's so rare to come out, even. I actually am kind of enthusiastic when I see Anotand trying this. Like, don't get me wrong. I still hate the fact that like the first 3 or 4 minutes of Feudal Age is going to be him like just sitting there. But it is intriguing to see how he wants to navigate this. So Stable's coming in. It's going to be Horseman opening as we expected. You got Cooked playing Malians, but that's very different, isn't it? Malians are more greed-centric, and their tempo is weirder. They don't scale into army as quickly as Delhi. Like, you know, the whole idea of castle-type rushes, like dropping a castle on someone, is so hard against any civ that has great tempo. And Delhi is a tempo master. It's the same logic as like why you wouldn't really do it against China or Shushi. I mean, China and Shushi have the building their own outpost to count you play, but also they could supervise to get production up. It's just like these castle rush plays, the cheesy plays, aren't very effective against civs that have great timings on producing units. Is the simple answer. Ghazi is going to arrive. Cute idea from Anotand. Looks like, was he trying to build a house to get vision realms? No, I think he's just kind of building a natural wall there. Obviously, it's not Age of Empires 2, so it's not going to fully block, but it will create funnel points, which is really important when you're defending with spears. Horsemen are going to look to go gank and spanking. I mean, not really a lot of damage to burst with either. He can, however, do this. Yeah, great idea. Intercepts the Scholar. It's not going to be a quick kill normally, but actually look at the timing. He catches it before Piety kicks in, so gets it down to almost half HP before it gets the health up. Nicely played. Ghazi are a little bit slow to react, but nice pull there. Beasty shifts over to the other Scholar, gets the healing support. Will be fine. Now keep in mind, with triple Sacred Site Rush, this is going to be a huge injection into the economy for Beasty. So those up against 2 TC, he doesn't have to panic straight away. And he already has Archer plus Ghazi to counter what Anotand's up to. I wonder if Anno is going to make this a 1-1-1, because technically, like, your best unit to produce is Archers, because it's the most cost-efficient one for you, right? Like, with the gathering rate you get as KT of wood, it is the unit that tends to make the most sense. Might be that he's resisting it just because, like, A, he doesn't see that his opponent's gone for the Archers yet. Also, technically, your Horseman should kill that. But it's also just a very risky investment when you're up against Ghazi. Great grab here with the extra Horseman, by the way. So we'll only be 2 Sacred Sites. The lead is starting to scale a little, right? We're up to 5 workers ahead for Knights Templar. Most people mainly Corvus go for Antioch since it buffs both spears and horsemen. That's an interesting point, but so there's 2 elements there. I don't know if I'd say most people do, because most Knights Templar players I've watched do not do Antioch. But in terms of those doing 2 TC, it's mainly only been Anotand. The other thing I'll say about it buffing spear and horseman, that's great in theory, but if you think about it, what you should naturally be doing is leaning more into the counter crafting. So at that point, Antioch being 15% increase, only affecting base damage, isn't as substantial as you'd think. Compared to, oh, he has spearmen, so instead of building my spearmen have slightly more damage, I should now build archers. The idea is, like, if you're going to DC, economically, you will eventually have the lead. So you should be able to afford to just switch on the fly. That's, I think, the trade-off and the mindset that you see with people going Hospitalaire. By going Hospitalaire, it de-risks the early game, because having this 15% increased damage on Antioch is cool, but until I can afford units, I'd rather have the extra health and movement speed on my workers. 4 pull coming out from Anno now. 10 worker lead is starting to feel pretty healthy and cozy. Antioch's cool if you get good castle timing, but that's the thing. If you're doing 2 TC, you're not going for a castle timing, right? Or like, if you're going to go 2 TC and fast castle, you basically need to guarantee that you've got a lot of sheep or deer backing you up. That's the trade-off, right? Like, I don't mind this thought process. I think, like, as a situational play, if you got, say, you know, 80% of the sheep on the map, you could probably think about 2 TC Antioch into castle, and it can make sense. But if you split the sheep evenly, which is pretty much what happened, right? In fact, I think Delhi got a slight edge. They should really. Then you're not going to have enough food for the play. I mean, you're already seeing in this game. Anotand had to come out and do more. He's getting ready for his castle switch up. Beasty did start to wall this in. Yeah, use the archers on the west side. guards the other two. His timer is ticking. He's also got pro scouts coming in for free, so he's going to start picking up the deer and dragging them home. I guess he's going to move in for a punish. I know, now even adding in one of those Hospitaler, remember what we said, over time you're going to accrue damage here. 1 or 2 Hospitalers, pretty smart. Just gives you the heal factor. Not going to feel great against Gazi. Okay, we found a fight Gazi will lose, guys. Oh, they found some freebies. So speedy with Wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow plus Hospitaler, 1.42 movement speed. Gazi are just looming. I think he's just looking for that greedy moment. Seeing this army size, he might be a bit suspicious right now. Nano, even adding in farms, I mean, if he can survive without damage for the next, like, 2-3 minutes, he's in a really good position here, because you'll have farms set up, you know, gold, access. You don't need a crazy amount while playing feudal. It's only once you're in castle. Surprised Anu even got to the ball. It was distraction, right? Because Anu kept poking on the south side of the horseman, which allowed to slip out. Like, Beasty, you know, Gazi are very strong, but they can't be everywhere, anywhere, all at once, especially if you only have that single scout. The other thing is, like, you're less likely to risk going around the back early when you're pivoting archers. Because if you overextend, it's kind of like when you play Longbow English. Like, well, that unit's dead now. He went a little bit too far. He's not getting out. Beasty. Getting ready for that dive moment. He's also getting ready for a tech up. He's a good eco lead for Anotand, but you have to think about how people are using this economy lead. Like, if you're 16 workers ahead, great, but ... what are they doing? You know, how are they gathering? What can they gather? Are they efficient? Are they idle? You know, if they keep running away like this, you don't have an economy. Now you might not have a second TC. Beasty, after hearing the tech up trigger, immediately looks to poke in. Will actually resist hanging around for a kill. Doesn't think it's worth it. Yeah, I mean, he has his tech up coming. He has 14 scholars. There isn't actually a rush here because now he can reset the eco difference by picking relics. Now, that being said, he isn't in position to do so yet, actually. A little bit surprised by that detail. Anno also has at least denied one relic and hidden in the corner. Got Angerman spears now coming through. Double racks. Make it triple. Okay, there's a way for this to work. Beasty's army is incredibly weak against mass spearmen. The problem for Anno, though, is can you get mass? His food income is quite abysmal, actually. Just 450, 500. When you consider it's at 62 economy, it's not strong. He needs to get more and more farms in. Timer has been started again. Beasty also starting to pick those relics up. Lancers as an opener, it does make sense just to kind of raid. Obviously, with the Angerman spear detail, you're probably not thinking about Whirlwinds either, but wouldn't be surprised to see Beasty starting to queue up crossbowmen fairly fast here. Now it's just going to remain archers. I don't think he actually... Did he confirm the land archers? I don't think he did. I know, just going to go creep around the back. Here's the goal. This would be great. Steady, just goes left. Yeah, but he'll find like 1 or 2 workers for it. We'll have to shift away. However, Beasty wants to get a lot more. Bump from them all. I know, not pulling away with the workers. That's 8 that are going to be in peril. He pulls them in the last second, but the spears do arrive. And the Gazi throw away the opportunity to even go in for a second. Knew it would be his death of him, so doesn't actually get anything out of that. Really well played. Anotand, honestly impressed with how little he's losing, despite the fact that Beasty had such a substantial lead in military count. Now, what does concern me, though, is like Anotand's food. Look at this. Because he wasn't able to keep that number rocketing, he couldn't just afford Angerman spears. He's had to prioritize upgrading veteran seal spears as well. That means that in terms of like army quality, Beasty, although he's going crossbowman, he didn't need them fully urgent. That being said, if you're in a position that you can afford mass heavy cav and mass crossbows, take that every day. Yeah, home blades to follow up as well, which is so beneficial when you're playing lancers. It's the type of DPS increase that allows you to balance out to fight Templar brothers very efficiently. He's starting to secure those buried locations. More workers coming over, so should be rocketing up to over 1,000 fooding in the next minute. Nano is starting to get quite a few farms together. 15. Looks like he's prepping a castle drop now. Where's he going to drop it, though? Best to mix heavy spears and spears, to be honest. Once the age goes on a bit, sure. But like at the very beginning, you kind of just only want to have heavy spears because your opponent can't have the count of heavy spears at the start of the age up, right? He can only get crossbowmen once he's in castle. So like there's a kind of dynamic change here to think about. Like once you're 2 minutes in, sure. That being said, we're like 3 minutes in, 4 minutes, and he's now just doing heavy spear crossbow. Castle drop is coming in on the tree line. Sacred sites are still ticking, though. Time for a burn through over here. But one Lancer will stop that. I mean, this Fortress drop, Anotand probably worried about being dove. The problem is you're not getting any economical benefit from the Fortress, right? Like, you're not getting any Pilgrims through. Like, that's the other thing that makes this matchup really weird for Knights Templar. You have to fight tooth and nail just to get golding done. Because you can't Pilgrim. You know, normally you can actually kind of chill pill Pilgrim in semi-frequently with Knights Templar because feudal age, no capturing. But with Delhi, they can capture Sacred Site straight away. So there was never this pilgrimage detail that allowed Anotand a big gold buff. That's the type of thing that can come to bite you back in the arse soon. Like, he's already 1k through the second gold phase, after which the rest aren't really attainable. Beasty. So many scholars already. Also, look at the stone. He's ready for a castle drop of his own. I wonder where he's going to drop it. Maybe over here? You can just secure the central sacred site and then stone keep drop, keep drop. I think this is going to be a triple castle drop. It just makes so much sense here. You know, you're down to 5 minutes on the clock and your opponent hasn't come out of the base. He's already built a castle, so you know he's hunkered in. Why would you waste your time and risk it trying to break this when you can have a perfectly easily winnable condition waiting for you out here? Beasty should delete the wall and remake it. Always felt that if military could build a wall, they should be able to repair a wall. Yeah, I kind of see where you come from. But yeah, as I was saying, like, you can just gate repair. Gate repair. Wink. I mean, I don't mind them not being able to repair a wall, though. I like that there's at least some sort of limitation on what Delhi infantry can do with walls. Because otherwise, they kind of do everything. Anotand's still just sitting here. He's down to 1,300 gold. It's crazy how quickly this is drying up. Crossbow plus the Angerman spear production will do to you. The castle drops are coming in. There you go. Beasty gets one on the left. Might actually opt for one on the right and just keep the army in the center, which does make a lot of sense because then you seesaw between the two if a castle gets assaulted, and then keep your army stationary in the center. Should be moment of truth coming up. Ghazi plus Knights do enter the base. Sees that Anotand is not doing anything. Yeah, Anno doesn't have any CG though. We should cast a May game? No. We've seen May games. We know what they are. He plays Delhi. There you go. Easy lock-in. Beastie still gathering stone, by the way, so final castle drop will come in here. This game just kind of looks done. If you look at the army of Anotand, it's not exactly that impressive for taking out castles. It's a decent amount of burn power, but it's also going to cost you a lot to dive. And your opponent already has a substantial military lead over you. Like, the army value difference is insane. Obviously, you have to mitigate the cheap scholars from it, but even when you do, it's an absurd lead for Beastie. Castle drop. Just to lock it all in. Army is now on the move. Cavalry does see it early. Beasty not in a rush though. Stoney's gathering is just going to build another one again. And he needs to push the center. He can't. He literally can't push anywhere quick enough here. Beasty's just played him like a fiddle. He used his own green against him. I mean, this shows you the importance in 2025 and 2026 of using food on the map. That's the big difference. I mean, Anno was really well played to even get on this board in the first place, but after that, it just became a case of setting up farms, and then also the gold game mattered a lot as well. Like, I know he's sitting on gold reserves, but because he had a certain number of maximum gold he could access, he had to think and fine-tune his economy around that. He couldn't just rush Mass Templar, bro, for example. I know he's trying for a castle drop to try and get an anchor point on the sacred side, but this is going to be tough. Nigh on impossible, it feels like. Going for imp, torch damage, big brain. I don't know about that one, dog. Like, I mean, it's a cool idea, but I feel like with the lack of gold, he just doesn't have many options here. We're definitely huffing the Hopium, but it's a smart Hopium. Yeah, like he went from what, 17 to 21 torch damage? It's just an increase. But ultimately, I am not seeing the way. Might as well throw the Hail Mary and then sign with the castle drop. Wait, no, I see it. He's got Schlachter. 6 Schlachter cavalry. That's all you need. Sorry, Schlachter. Is it Schlachter or Schlachter? We went over this before. Well, Schlachter cavalry gonna have to carry this one. I just don't know if they can. Tries to shift him off this side. A second castle drop coming in. And that should be the GG moment. The Wallows are just the cherries on top. Staggered Wallow approach to scare him off. Says, get the hell off, my lord. As Beasty will make it look so easy to lock in a Delhi win. 2 TC strats. We said at the start, it's an ambitious move up against Delhi. It looked at times like Anotand had a solution, but Beasty always understood his win condition. Never overstepped the mark. Just played it perfectly for the win. Anno is now... no, Anno. The villagers are being pulled in response. He's not going to get the pause on this. It would have actually been a winning play with this type of eco lead if he could have reset that, but nah, it ain't happening. The tiny single wall piece? I don't even know why. Oh my dear God. Look away. Look away. It's violence. Way too much. The villagers, they erect their wood on that site, and it's the last thing they'll do in this game. Schlachter. Wait, so Schlachter. Was I saying it right? I think we've been over this before. I feel like I always said it right, and then someone got me on the wrong course, and then we came back around to saying it correctly. Because we talked about this before, which is... Let's have a look. Where's the pronunciation thing? Schlachter. There you go.
Schlachter.
Schlachter. There you go. It's pronounced Sriracha. Oh, nice, nice. There we go. That explains why someone... That would explain the H like hot. Sriracha. So, Schlachter. You're learning words, guys. Education.
Schlachter.
Schlachter. Which is actually really horrible to say right now when I've got like a cold. Because it's very weird on the throat. Alright, 1 game to Beasty. Game number 2. Let's see. King of the Hill coming in. Macedonians versus Rus. Why would you pick Macedonians here? I'm not so sure about this one, folks. It's a Macedonian pick coming through, and I'm curious as to what Beasty has in mind, because the only thing I can think is some sort of cheesy rush. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird time to be a Macedonian fan. This Civ still really hasn't fully found its ankles, let alone its ability to walk. But players are gradually getting there. We've seen some interesting innovations out of the Canadians, but welcome back to the third place matchup, guys. Beasty takes the early lead. Anotand's pick makes so much sense here. King of the Hill, Roos. It's obvious what it is, what do you want to do. It says the same thing on the tin every single time. Play for that castle timing, ginormous high trade house, and then regurgitate cavalry for the dub. Not to mention all of those Spruan placements. I do wonder if there would have been a play here. Okay, that's interesting. Beasty's going for a deer play. Very slow deer play. I thought what he might do here is try to go for a rack drop here. Because if you set Varangian arsenals around the sacred site, they can eventually be arrow slitting placements. And then you go for a push. But I guess maybe the problem here is like that doesn't work that well against Roos. You'd force them to short wall the backside, but that's literally all you get. I mean, it's not Grand Winery then, right? I don't think Grand Winery would make sense here. With you now already going out onto the D? Actually, no, it could, right? Because you're saving all your sheep. So you have 16 sheep plus the berries. There is a world in which this is Grand Winery, which I don't mind here because Hippodrome doesn't get as much value on a map like this because everything is kind of more condensed. You know, what is a handful of horsemen going to do against someone who will just build a few walls and a wooden fortress? Grand Winery would at least give you that injection towards castle. The challenge is, you know, switching farms is a delayed play. I don't think that would be on the menu with the Sacred Site timer necessarily. Best AoE4 content out there. Whoop, whoop. Look at that. I want to just, like, I should just get a website like that and we'll just have random comments posted up like that. He's the best to ever do it. 69, 69, 42 Blaze, it says. A little bit of a burn on the mining camp. It's actually pretty nice if you can force him to just abandon the mining camp anyway. Because if this thing goes down and you have to walk back and drop off the silver, remember, you're going to miss out on infinite silver later on. Golden Gate coming through as expected for Anno. Man, the changes to the hunting cabins just feel so nice for Roos. The early game is just so much easier to be greedy with now, right? Like, from 75 wood down to... from 100 wood rather down to 75 wood per hunting cabin, it actually feels like it's harder to justify early Rax Rush plays against them now compared to before. And it is going to be a Hippodrome. Okay, so he resists the Grand Winery. I guess he's still playing for the infantry timing though, right? You could go Ridari Rush. The weird thing about Ridari rushing here, though, we saw this the other day on Tundra. I believe it was Louis MT versus B. He proved that you can actually beat it with just mass horse archers and a long con play. Like, just drag the game out a really long time. And then play for Imperial. You know, that was on a map where you have substantially more food access. So that's just, like, in my thought is, like, if we're planning Mass Ridari here, it's a complete out-micro strat versus some sort of, you know, it's based on 3, 4, 5, 6 different angles. I stand by my statement. Like, Ridari are toxically ridiculous in Castle Age. It's just, if you can bide your time, if you can drag the game out towards Imperial, you can beat them. Maybe if Beasty goes for, like, a fast Castle Ridari into immediate Sacred Site capture, that could make things quite interesting. Wonder if we'll go for the double horseman play. The double horseman play is pretty good here because by the time you get 2 horsemen out, you'll have your champion scout. And between them, they can 2-hit kill a worker. And then obviously that gives you a really strong position to try and contest pro scouts. I know. I wonder if he could actually pinch it. It's so weird trying to pin villages. It just feels like it never works. Tech up's complete on both sides. It's going to be at least 1 horseman queued. Anotand, meanwhile, oh wow, look at this. He's going for Castle Age. We have never in the history of Roos players ever since them attempt something so bold and brazen as a fast castle player. Wait, actually, that's what they do every day. And it is giving me the double horseman. I don't think it's going to take it further than that, though. Like, to me, I don't think you can scale horsemen quick enough to justify that. But 2 horsemen plus the scout, you can actually catch your opponent building the high trade house. Seriously. Like, look at the timing. The horseman's already rushing across. Second horseman and the warrior scout there, the Omega scout has already came out. And Anotand isn't even ready to tech. So instead, he realizes what's going to happen and decides to stop off for the Rax play. That's really good for Beasty. That slows Anotand's timings down. Now he's building something he really didn't want to have to. Horseman will give up his life for that greedy play. And he also did not scout... Wait, no, he did. He walked back. I think he saw the Rax. Okay, so Beasty now knows about the Rax situation, at least. Not that I think he was really ever going to build more horsemen than this. But that probably reassures him, because he now knows his opponent has slowed down. It also allows him to now go into the Vrangi Nasty. You know, I kind of want a longer series, but at the same time, I would like to see Macedonians win a game. Okay, I don't know, man. I'm kind of torn here. I don't know how you guys are feeling about it. Some people are like, well, KP, of course you vote for the underdog. It's like, ah, you're right, guys. We should vote for, like, Beasty, right? Because Anotand is Anachad this year. Like, that's the thing. There's not really an underdog story here anymore. Historically, there is on accolades. But based on recent performances, these two are very balanced. Like, if you look at the result Anotand got against Breelord and then the one Beasty got against Breelord, there could be a slight argument that Anotand is ever so slightly ahead of him right now, no? Because wasn't it... I think it was 4-2 and 4-3 on the scores. High trade house now on the way. Yeah, Horseman not really able to achieve anything there. Like, they just hangs around, pokes like, well, when in Rome. A little bit greedy, does overstay his welcome for nothing in the end. But we do have... Is this going to be a pull to the center? It is. Oh my god, I see what it is now. It's the ultimate castle to protect. This is the equivocal of a white tower drop. Golden Horn Tower to the central sacred site. Okay, that's pretty cool. Crafty idea here. Might screw the pooch for Anotand too. I mean, what do you do about this? I guess you could focus on just getting horse archers and raiding the sides. Like, your opponent's going to have a timer, but it's going to take 10 minutes. Then again, you have to address this. It's going to be a 5k HP structure that only costs wood to repair, and it has crossbow placements. Remember, those crossbow placements hit pretty bloody hard. Correctly, was it 30? 30 sounds too high, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't. Like, I think it is 30, if I remember correctly. This is such a weird game. Like, we have Golden Horn Town in the center, and we have pro scouts coming in now? Wait, what? Okay, so when Anotand needs to go faster, he's chosen to go slower. I am very confused right now. We're to the extremely phallus-looking tower right in the middle. That's true. He's gone to the highest point in the village, and he has just erected his tower for all to see. And then every few minutes, 3 men will bow rather, in front of this. They will surround it and worship it for its glorious existence. And then, you know, this is the type of tower where whenever you feel threatened, you can just go hide in the shadow of it. It's 10 garrison slots, guys. And yeah, there you go. 30 damage. I was right. 35. Is it me, or did he just cook Anotand in record time? I think he might have. Not just that. Are you kidding me? It's the champions. The spearmen are being ignored. No. Are you? No. Guys, I think Beasty's won the game. What? I mean, he still needs to lock in the sacred site, right? But like, I'm thinking, like, what does Anotand do about this obnoxious landmark? Because the other thing is, like, Addo's stopped off for Pro Scouts and Beasty's going Ridari. Ridari just take a dump on everything. Go Imperial and go Wandering Rams. That's true. Your Spasskaya Tower may be slimmer at some points, but it's taller. We just need to build one here. We'll ignore the Ridari killing us. If we bring enough villagers, it will go well. Relic retrieval underway. First of the Horse Archers has just been queued up by Anno. Anno can do the Treb. The problem with the Treb is that if you're building trebuchets, you're not building front line. And here's another fun detail for you. Ridari can snipe trebuchets. Like, it's not incredible range, only 3 tower range, but reminder, that damage is melee. So they will do 100% damage to trebs. It's such a weird unit. It's like when you build into the axe throwers and realize, oh, wow, like, I can snipe rams from range. Okay, in the war between the Orthodoxies, Greece wins? Greece wins. Barely. Wow, he actually just calls it right there. He doesn't see a way out of this corner ever quick enough. GG comes through. Macedonians actually on top. No cap. There you go. It's the problem with the tower on the hill. It just causes great insecurity issues. I wasn't expecting to, like, GG quite that quick. I thought we'd get, like, one big attempt. But it's just, like I said, the maths doesn't add up. Like, how am I meant to build army and build siege at 35, 40 economy? It's so expensive. So next up, we've got Mongols versus HRE. Ah, and Himiyama. Okay, I thought it was Pigeon's View, and I was like, I don't understand why we've made these picks. This makes more sense. Himiyama makes more sense. Well, he may look like the better player in the EGC finals, but at the moment, he's looking anything but. Anotand at risk of just getting stomped over almost as hard as Beasty fell up against B. It's a 2-0 lead, and we head into Himeyama to see if it's the end of the road for the Mongols manning Anotand. Yep, that's right. That's how it works. Mongols man the player. Like, when you guys ever notice that? Like, you play a Civ, and then you start playing a different way. That's because the Civ has directly taken control of you. HRE on this map against Mongols. I mean, you just allow the dot play, though. Gotta be. I do wonder if we're going to be seeing maybe some mind work gameplay this game, by the way. This map doesn't feel very good for Aachen. The problem with Aachen is the tree lines are so small, you don't get that much grab out of them. This is not a terrible Aachen Chapel, though. You could drop it here, buff the 2 small tree lines to gold, and then shift your sheep around. But considering Beastie hasn't even moved the sheep over yet. Okay, he is now. There we go. Yeah, so guys, this is going to be an Aachen on the north side. Little details that tell you a lot. Which is a bit of a shame. I think mind work can be substantially better here. Just because of the pressure play. Up against Mongols, you know, you go Aachen. Yes, you're going to get inflated playing to archers, but surely against Mongols, you're more worried about Keshiks. I know we're scared of Dark Age. Yeah, because the problem here is, like, if this is a Rax opening, you just die on the dock. HRE are really, really good at Dark Age rush play, remember. They've got faster moving spears, so they can actually out-micro you. And then they also have good economy at the burst point of Dark Age. So at the very beginning, they're the most efficient. In a very prolonged Dark Age, they lose efficiency because their prelates can only buff so many. But at this point, like, you just feel like you're losing the fight. Mindwork's the much better landmark now. Yeah, it's like, even if you're not playing for the feudal here, if you're playing for the Castle Age and your opponent goes mass Keshiks, you just go knights and get barded armor, and you just don't die. How did I convince Beastie to play in KPMM? Like, I sent a carrier pigeon all the way across Europe. And that carrier pigeon, it kept delivering him messages. But the bigger key thing that I think really got to him is like every time it would deliver a message, it would take a crap on his car window. Now, when you combo that with the fact that I didn't actually put anything in the messages, but I literally just like blanked the message, it tells you that clearly the bird crap on the car did work. And he got the message. The message, with the message poop, exactly. Beasty was like, I have had enough of these birds taking a crap on my car. I will play KPM. Sheepball, it's going to be 12-9. It's not actually that crazy of a difference. Because remember, Beasty's been gathering quicker. There you go. Safe Arhen here. Notice how Beasty keeps his Arhen Chapel close near the town center. In the purview, in the vision that he can see. Because he doesn't want to risk a pigeon crapping on his Arhen when he isn't looking. Anno with the deer stones. Pretty normal play. Into the dock follow-up. Now he knows that it's safe. Yeah, because you're playing against HRE, you need a better economy. I imagine just stables beginning, though. It doesn't have the wood straight away, right? It's going to prioritize getting the food count up. I wonder what Beasty's going to do here. Opening archers would feel like a big L, because you know Keshik play. Problem is, like, if you don't have Archer or Horseman, your opponent can just begin Magadai instead. That's the thing that Mongols are just really good at on this map. I think they have great cavalry diversity. There's some maps where it just feels like Keshik is your only option, because the alternative is just kind of throwing the game. Like, Magadai can't get in. But on this map, the tree lines are so tiny. And it is going to be a Pro Scouts play. Okay, so this is something we've actually seen even like Lucifron and Vortex moving away from, which is Pro Scouts Archen. Which is, I think, is the one way you can truly justify the Arhen Chapel over Mindworld. Probably the only way that I'm convinced, at least, ever since they changed it now, so that you get the chapels and the monasteries able to get the Arhen effect. I feel like the Mindwork give up only makes sense if you have an insane amount of resources underneath, which is only going to happen if, like, A, a combo of a ridiculous spawn plus getting way too many sheep, or B, playing for the deal. Going to be 4 fishing boats coming out from Anotand gradually. He's going to be stable. Opens Keshiks. Double pump on the way. Interesting though. Like, did he expect Magadai? Because Beasty, I don't know, man. Like, the stables beginning with Arhen would suggest very likely Pro Scouts play, and that's why I thought Anotand might just go Magadai over Keshiks, because Magadai are surprisingly effective at dealing with Keshiks. Like, you only need 4 of them maximum to cover the map, and you just erase any Pro Scout strat. But might be counting his lucky stripes now. Considering there's a second stables, if he did go Magadai, it would have opened Beasty to just spam out Horsemen. Instead he's spamming out Scouts for the time being, but that makes this all the more greedy. The Rags follow up now. Okay. Yeah, I guess because it's double stables, you just simply can't go archery now, even though it would be optimal with the Rags coming in from HRE. So we'll just start pumping out spears plus the Keshiks. I mean, it's just him leveraging his food to the maximum as well, because remember, he has got fishing plus a decent amount of sheep to work with. Long term, you're not going to win the food game if your opponent wins Pro Scouts, but short term, you most definitely do. Wall's already come up from Beasty. He's cowering in the corner. It makes sense. Up against cavalry, you just don't want to let rotations happen here. Anyone who's played Himeyama has a distinct story at least once about sneaky cavalry arriving on their tree lines. It happens all the time on this map. Keshiks is going to be able to start slowing things down on the Pro Scout play. Yeah, both sides of the map, in fact. Look at this. Beasty was actually expecting archers. He's gone horseman. Yeah, it's a crafty maneuver, because like, if you follow the logic of what you're meant to build, Anotand should have built archers after he saw the spearmen. It's not. He's just going to keep building Keshik spears, which is really smart, because the Keshiks can fight and heal while the spears actually brunt the assault. So with the right micro, like, you've got a comp that, I'm sure you'll eventually do spearmen, but you should rarely lose Keshics. Love what Anno's doing on the backside here, guys. It's really important. You need to know what's happening next. He's not seeing a rush over to gold, which means Beasty is going to be playing the H. Classic mistake from Beasty. Pro scouts and 6 scouts never scout. I mean, it's what did we used to say? You guys remember in the pro scout meta? I was like, pro scouts make scouts amateur scouts. Because the moment pro scouts completes, you never use scouts rather for what would make them a professional scout anymore. Right? They're now professional food gatherers. And that's the conundrum, is like this read by Anno to just actually pivot into the unexpected next step has put Beasty one step behind. And now he will complete the circle. Archers coming in as the third component. Yeah, because at this point you've lulled your opponent into a false sense of security. Because now he's like, oh crap, it's Keshic spears. So if I just use my better food income to build a lot more spearmen, I can now beat you. Little does he know, Anno already has the next friendos on the way. Beasty didn't even get the full deer stack here, right? We'll at least get practically all the south side. So these are what, 8, 9 deer total so far. Actually, more than that, no. Did he snatch one from this side? He did. Yeah, he took one from over here. He's actually pretty well off then. Yeah, I think he's got like almost 2 deer stacks. It sounds weird, but I think Beasty should kill a villager crit. I think you mean as in shouldn't build a villager. When you type it like that, it's like, okay, you hold delete. Yeah, like as in he should buff with prelates. I would for the berries, I kind of get where you're coming from, but it's like temporary. And it's also regularly harassable. As long as the tree lines are in range, he shouldn't need extra prelates. Speaking of that tree line, I mean, if he just goes straight for the gold workers. Bit of a gluttonous dive there just for a spearman. And there's the switch over. That's what we were looking for. So he does get on the gold workers in the end. Weird, actually. If we just done that straight away. I mean, there's a chance Beasty reacts to it straight away, right? But you wouldn't have had any risk of any damage done to your knights. Beasty now switching into archers himself, but I know he has a decent amount in the field already. He has neglected blacksmiths, though. Something that Beasty most definitely is not. Problem is, Beasty at the moment is full defensive. Defenses are starting to wither a little bit here. A little slip in, finds an extra worker kill. Beasty, that's just so many spears, man. Alright, I think he may have got PTSD from the B series with all those spearmen. That's post-traumatic spear. Wait. What does the D stand for? Oh, disorder. There you go, my brain. I was thinking syndrome for some reason. Yeah, so a little bit of post-traumatic spear disorder has set in. Beasty is now a big believer. 23. He'll be a 30 spearman. Jesus. I mean, I know the Keshics are a problem. I know walling is hard, but good lord. Mr. Pigeon's father called me killer. You know, that fondly always reminds me of, I think the best way I've ever heard my name proclaimed was by a Ukrainian production guy who kept calling me, was it Killer the Pigeon? No, it's Pigeon the Killer. What baffles me, though, is the amount of people who do read English better and seem to always assume that I kill pigeons instead of being a killer pigeon. Like, it's not that hard to figure out. Little horseman raid attempt is going to get blocked out. It's so easy to mirror just a handful of spearmen. I know, just kind of keeping up in Beasty's snout here. What's the goal? Is he really trying to sneak in there? This Spear Mass is so big. I don't even know why he's trying that. It's very risky what Anno's doing there. You just saw him lose 2 Keshiks instantly. That's minus 400 resources. Ballsy, maybe unnecessary. I thought instead he'd try to creep in like that. Maybe the idea was originally drag the army out, but you know he felt like he needed the Keshiks there to look threatening. Archer numbers are bulking up a little bit. Undermesh already instilled arrow on the way, but Beasty now going for HRE mana arms. That's expensive, but he has been doing well on the Pro Scouts, you know. Osman are also looking to creep in. Anno does have a tower, though. Should be relatively safe. Game's gotten a little bit weird, hasn't it? It's starting to feel like maybe Anno's window passed. He was raiding so well, but now the Beast has been given time, length to this feudal play. With the Arhan, with the Pro Scouts, he's in such a better position than he was just 2-3 minutes ago. Now setting up a marketplace, just probably buy some food as he is getting ready for that fragile farm transition point. Keshiks. There is a creep in here, Beasty. Oh my god. I'm helping, guys. Look, I done 4 damage. You no. Every time. We've all been there. We're like, I'm gonna raid this eco line. It's gonna be so good. Why did my Khan just warn them? You guys ever realize, you ever think that maybe the Khan is a sleeper agent? Maybe not so much sleep. I think he's a turncoat, man. It would explain so much about the way the Khan functions. It's like, oh man, if our raid hits, we're gonna kill like 20 workers. That could end the Empire. I must send them a message. Just, if you check his arrows, there's probably like a little piece of paper tied to it as well with a note. Yeah, this guy is definitely this guy's a Fed. He's a spook. Wait, no. What's the best? What's the worst one? Narcs. Narcs are the worst one. You're just trying to have some fun, have a little party, and there they are. Oh no, you can't have that much cocoina. Tech timing Spirit, by the way. Regnant's coming up. Kurotai on the other side. Okay, so this is how Anotand gets back into the argument. Kurotai is one hell of a burst point, but you have to use it fast. Especially if BC playing for the greed play. Nice denial, though, because that was a greedy placement. Turn's going to begin, just to force a reaction. The villagers move back across. Nice bait and switch there. But the idle time is worth so much more than even getting the kill. You think Beasty's pooping off like crazy? I mean, yeah, like you might have a point. He craps so hard, he just like he has been laying logs this whole time, laying logs on the ground and turn them into archers. But he's running out of loggage quick. I don't know if he's gonna be able to poop off the way you're hoping here. He might be more at risk of pooping himself because of the trees. Has he got? No, he hasn't moved prelates out there. Archer numbers are similar, but seriously, Anotand with Kurotai is a big deal. If BC's pooping off, then Anotand's diarrheaing everywhere. No, he doesn't mean popping off, guys. He clearly said pooping off. I'm British. We gotta be pedantic. Little horse and raid. It doesn't really matter. What's gonna matter is how BC handles this fight. Kurotai is on the way. Interesting that Anotand didn't bring the Deer Stone. Actually, let's see if Archer's going to be one of those big key boosters he's looking for. It's about to kick in. Beasty, is he ready for this fight? Men at Arms numbers are starting to swell up. They need to go faster than this. Brits say top of the morning? No, that's a Irish thing. Archers. Now seeking targets in the HRE line like an Irishman would a potato. They're aiming a potato, pristine accuracy, and also with the damage buff, the way of dealing with the men-at-arms starts to kite back. Spears plus men-at-arms move in, one low denial on the flank, and the buff is now there. 11 damage out of these bad boys, and the defensive arrow gets activated, the charge comes through. Keshix just trying to edge. Perfectly timed that moment to go in. Spear count is still fairly high, but they're going to commit nonetheless. And it looks like Beasty. Is this frontline dying too fast? It is. The Keshix. Look at the count here. There's no Spearman left to deal with that. Yes, he got rid of the archers, but it's going to come at a high price. He runs straight into the jaws of the beast. Chad, Anotand, look at how quickly the army advantage count for Beasty now evaporates. Keshix coming in clutch at the perfect moment now. I mean, this is favorable, guys. Like, if you can have archers alive or Keshix, you choose Keshix every day because you know they can then chase him for the economy twice as quick to get a kill. Sheesh. It's like, in some ways, it feels risky what he's doing there, but it's actually really well crafted by Anotand. One sec. So, Anotand on the board. Mark him in, boys. One. Mongols. I swear, I feel like Mongols are just devalued on the power rankings for sure. I was getting convinced of this like a few weeks back by Vortex, the way he was playing them. But I'm just seeing them win more and more and more at the moment. It's pretty impressive. 1 second. So, where are they going to go next? They've got Dry Arabia and Pigeon's View left. I feel like Pigeon's View is kind of a death sentence in some ways because of the Sengoku pick, but like if you might as well try to do it now while you've got still some Civ diversity, because you could pick like IU, French, or Byzantines, right? But if you wait another map, you know your opponent's not going to pick Sengoku for Dry Arabia, right? Like that doesn't really make that much sense. So you might as well try and just line up the best matchup possible against Sengoku, I guess. And yeah, he's going Pigeon's View. Let's see. Is it going to be what I thought it was? It is. Sengoku versus IU. Oh, we've seen this matchup before, actually. It's quite an interesting one. All right. Wait, was this matchup? Let me double check. Wasn't this the matchup for... B done this already? And B beat the Shinobi. I remember it. Wasn't it against Wham? Yeah. All right. Sengoku, the unstoppable force. But we've already seen them be slain in this matchup by B up against Wham. Let's see if it can now be emulated. Can Anotand use the Camel Masters to slay the art of the ninja? Welcome back, folks. Game number 4 here, and it is indeed still match point for Beasty. We head into what is considered one of the best maps by far for Sengoku. It's Pigeon's View. That's right, stealth forest everywhere, perfect for ambushes, not to mention plays onto resources in abundancy for the Yattais. You just get so much food bulked together on this map that it feels like it was made for this Civ. The irony is it was made so much quicker than the Civ even existed. Anno. With the Ibids, like, they've got some interesting strategies here, right? So they can play into a Dervish opening and then go for 1 or 2 Desert Raiders. So interesting when KP switches into caster mode. I don't know if it's that interesting when I click one button to go. Oh, you mean the casual talk into the cart? Multitask. I can handle both. Yeah, this is like an interesting matchup. With the way we saw it played by B, I believe it was Dervish into 1 or 2 Desert Raiders, then gradually scaling into Industry Wing. And he plays it so well. I think B, like, he actually might be the best player at leveraging the Industry Wing build currently. He's even built most of the people that you'd have in the running to be the best at it. Beasty. Already have that Matsuri drop on the front side. It's actually a really good Matsuri as well. Look, yeah. Love that. Optimization straight away. You know, you have to think of Sengoku like HRE Ahn, where you want to move your sheep where they need to be for the optimal placement. He's done that straight away. So sheep on the north side and moving around to be in range of the Matsuri buff when he starts to level that up. He's got berries, which he can build 1 house here to just get efficient. Then he's also got stone in range, gold in range, the deer in range, the tree line. Seriously. Like, come on. That is ridiculous. And actually, yeah, why is Anno going after... Oh, he already got 14 sheep. What? That's kind of crazy, no? Wait, what? He done one small wrap here and was like, all right, that's good enough. Like, obviously you start on the berries, so it's not like he's been eating the sheep now, it's still at 14. But 14 from that much map coverage is pretty damn good. And one of them got clubbed here, of course. I think he wants to know how many yatais it's going to be. Because based on the number of yatais, it's going to inform Anotand on whether he should open Dervish or not at all. Yeah, and we already have one yatai confirmed. Yeah, I think this is like maybe something he's practiced where if it's... I think what it is, if yatai count is like maximum 1, then you expect your opponent to be aggressive and you need to like have some guard on the gold. But if you see double yatai, which I think you already saw the first one, then sees the second, he realizes he's going to have more leeway here to be greedy. That's an intriguing detail. Sheep don't spawn in stealth forests? That's true, but they can spawn on these edges all around here. Right? And then walk in, which is the weird... Like, sometimes sheep will, for example, spawn here, and then you'll see them all the way here. Which is why, like, now that I think about it, like, in my brain, I'm like, oh, yeah, sheep and stealth forest makes sense. But it's because they would have walked from all the way over here, right? Which is really weird. That's another big problem with sheep spawns that I think the majority of high-ranking players hate, is that it completely can screw up what is meant to happen because they just scramble over into weird areas they're not even meant to be in. It's odd. It's really odd. So, Coker on the way. Anotand should just be rushing the age up now. Oh, no. Wait. We're going to get 1 or 2 dervishes. So, chooses archery over stables as well, which is a little bit surprising. Maybe he feels like he might need unit diversity. My thought, though, is like, wouldn't you want stables over archery? Because the most expected opening from Sengoku should be stables, right? And if they're going to go stables, then you're going to want to have horsemen plus a DR. So yeah, first Desert Raider queued up to work with the dervishes. An outpost coming up. Yeah, Beasty's just being greedy about it. Is he even going to play the H? I don't know. This is like a decent amount of food and gold already. Problem is, one outpost isn't going to properly protect you here because dervishes can stand here and shoot you. So if you don't build units, your gold can get intercepted fully. Yeah, like I'm pretty sure if Anno just goes and stands here, you can't gather gold at all. He has got arrows that's coming through now, but even then, the Desert Raider can stand, what, like here and shoot you? Yeah, so shifts around now. I noticed that Beasty, he has like this leeway. There we go. He is going to switch. I was about to say, he either needs to like drop a mining camp or he needs to get some units. So this is how he's going to optimize it. Now the Desert Raider cannot die. Crafty little detail. It's just raw castle. Stables is being prepped, but I don't think you build Yadi out of it. So the other thing that's like worrisome here is that in a minute, Beasty won't have the efficiency of Garrison. Think about what's happened with the placement here. The deer is the reason this made sense in Beasty's mind, is like he was going to bait with the gold workers and then garrison the deer workers. But the deer isn't going to last forever, folks. It's already down to half. And once that's gone, you're going to be even further away with level 1 wheelbarrow. So over time, you should end up losing workers to this. You need to be fast. And yeah, BC realizes it's not going to be enough on its own. He does queue up double Yadi. So still going for castle, but just building enough to scare away the aggression. This scout. Bit ambitious there. We'll back off. Anno primed and ready to pull the trigger on what should be Industry. Moment of truth. Yeah, there you go. Industry wing now on the way. So exactly what we expected to see here. Beasty going in for a third Yari makes sense. He's seen double Desert Raider. Double Yari should not beat double Desert Raider with Dervish. Logi is such a crazy feudal. Yeah, it's insane what you can do with just 1 or 2 units. Like, just think of the raw HP he's healed in the last 2 minutes. Feudal healing is insanely powerful. Like, healing in general in the early game is never to be underwritten. It's a powerful play for practically any civ that has access in the game. And if you think about a lot of the turmoil points in the meta in the last, like, 2-3 years, most, you know, not most, but a very large sum of them, I want to say, have revolved around this idea of healing. Even for the history of the game, you go back to the most broken era, the first year of release, you know, you had Delhi herbal medicine. You had people complaining left, right, and center about French knight chivalry. It's damn strong. And let's not forget, there was a weird time when we thought it was okay for mass Lombos to heal themselves in Feudal Age. Oh, man. And after all these years of learnings, we still have Feudal healing. And we still have new civs that get released and have to have it nerfed into the ground like Tupac. So Naruto's going to be done running. They're going to disappear. Stables are coming in now. Beasty did get delayed quite a lot, actually. I'm a little bit shocked by this. He went 7 Yari. That's a lot, actually. Like, maybe if he was going for a dive, it could make sense, though. The stables could make it a little bit harder to creep in, however. The Daimyo, you do attack really fast now. Go for speed path. Desert Ray's going to back up. Yari, look for the entrance. They've got the undermesh. Anno tries to shuffle around, but body block's going to be coming through. The problem is the Desert Ray is coming behind, makes it difficult to get a single kill. Anno does not take damage, and that's a problem right there. Those health bars won't replenish. These ones most definitely will. This is the other thing that makes the monk so toxic. Is any move you have to make, or do make, or want to make, whatever, you have to be damn well convinced it is gonna work. Because if it doesn't, you've now lost health and they've lost none. That's the way you have to think about it. Now, I think one of the biggest game changers in the way I approach things and think about things, great sniper, holy crap, was when I was like talking about Dota 2 years ago to an analyst, and we talked about the idea that like health was a resource. And you don't really think about it that way in like a MOBA because you heal over time. There's other things that's true. Just like mana, health is a resource. Now, if you can come to that assertion and it makes sense in a MOBA, well, it makes even more sense in an RTS, doesn't it? It is a resource to be exploited. Feudal healing exploits it so well. Desert Raid is upgraded, by the way. Camel Lancers are on the way. Shinobi was summoned just to harass a little bit. Tech Up's coming behind this. This is the real win. Beasty just wants to start pumping into those Mount Samurai soon. But Camel Lancer has already arrived in the base. Just to lose some workers. Do we have the Cell of Stone? We do. Marketplace drop. Sell of the stone to get some more gold. Yadi are going to have to steer away. That's going to be one relic coming home. Remember, Anotand's timings have already been cut in half because he lost that first dervish. So he's not as swift at picking these up. Now we get the real Giga Chad of the Sengoku. Hey guys, we made a variety version of the Japanese. We figure you guys are going to like use these different things, right? You know, like all these cool new cavalry and these melee. Oh, you're just building Mountain Samurai again. Okay. But guys, have you seen the bonkers? We built Cannibal Samurai. They're really cool. And you're building more cavalry. It's hilarious how this version of Japan is even more cavalry-centric than the last. Deflective armor is such a silly concept. Yeah, but that's the stupid part. They don't have deflective armor. Remember, Sengoku sacrificed that element. They get more health, though. Not to mention more movement speed. It's like, if they had not given them the movement speed tech in the estates, I actually don't think Mountain Samurai would be the only thing that Sengoku would do. But with the health and the movement speed, like, why would you not build this unit? It feels like you're throwing a game if you're not. It's very rare that they're not good enough. I mean, even here against Camel Lancers, like, this is the crazy thing. Sengoku win this fight because they have got 31 more HP, they move faster, and once you have a Daimyo, the DPS means they don't care about the debuff. I've said this multiple times now. Sengoku against Ibis, it's not that Ibis cannot win. Like, we saw a great game from B to present this, but it feels like hard work. Once this happens, it feels like a disaster. Ninjas, they come in with the ambush. Grenades are going to be held. Quite be able to get the kills, but the problem's going to be the workers here. I know. Greedy, he didn't pull away. Man, Samurai jump in. Why do we ever have a heavy cav unit that's quicker than 1.6? I'll never understand, man. It's almost as quick as Horseman. When it charges, it most definitely is. Anotand has Wheelbarrow and he can't get away. Gets clubbed down again. All right, this looks close to done. You know, if Anno at least had more cav, you could see a way in which he now counter rates. He doesn't, so he has to react to the cav here still, because he's still got economy to lose. That means that Beasty's able to now wall up at home. He's playing for relics as well. He's getting into Takeda level 2, which is going to give him... The improved Yayo doesn't matter. It's the extra health. Just extra health is really nice here. Like, actually, this DLC was kind of wild for this, wasn't it? The Macedonians with their Vidari, and then Sengoku with the Mount Samurai. It's like we have half of the new civs just having giga ridiculous heavy cav. In the middle of the heavy cav meta, so I guess it's relevant. It's not like we gave them a worthless unit. And remember, he can keep affording these for days. He's got Sake Brewery, which is an insane amount of gold injection at this stage. Add in the fact that he's also got the yatais. The hot dog stands are giving him supplements of infinite food. Like, there's lots of complementary elements that make the economy of Sengoku so good around this point. Bring back Men at Arms. That's what I hope they would do with the Kanabo Samurai, but they're just so bad. They're not, like, worth the cost. It's worth just paying more to get Mountain Samurai. Oh, no, wait. This crunching gets the body blocks. Mountain Samurai with the ninjas clipping. I think he clipped him again. Yeah, continuously slows him down, and that's it. Too much lost. Calls the GG, doesn't see it as worth the extra time, and for good reason. The Mountain Samurai got round the back one last time to end it. And we once again get a reminder of why Sengoku looks so good despite the nerfs. Even with these changes, we've seen it even with the Ryokan build. Mounted Samurai are still Mountain Samurai. They are still one of the best mounted units in the game, full stop. Beasty to show you why to win the third place matchup. Oh. Might upload that as like a full series. Those games weren't individually that long, I don't think. Okay, so first series of the day done. Now we get to have some fun with the ladder games. 1 second. Still trying to work out what we're going to do tomorrow. I'll decide tonight, because like I'll probably look to script some things as well for whatever we're going to do. I really like the idea of the red light, green light, Dead Space game though. But if you die, you have to reset the entire game. Oh, Jesus Christ, that's such a dumb idea. But also kind of cool. I don't know, I was hoping maybe we'd have some more people tuning in for those right ones, because I really want to do Twitch Players Peak. But we'll leave that one for further down the line. Let's have a look here. People need to build more walls? Whoa. All right, America, calm down. Movement speed's the strongest stat? Yeah, because you can choose where you fight, basically. It's so true with melee in particular. It's like, oh, bad fight, I walk away. Oh, good fight, I hit you and you can't run away. So it's like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. So we've got... Oh, in the spirit of keeping it beasty as we transition over, you guys want to see a Myriad Beasty game? Trash civs, guys. Trash civs. Abbasids versus Macedonians. It truly is a battle of the trash civs. All right. So everyone else is fixated on what the best civ is in the game, but I really want to hone in on what really matters. Which civ is the worst in the game? So we lined up a Golden Horde versus a Abbasid matchup to start asking that important question. Oh, welcome back to the channel, folks. Yeah, it's an important question, actually. I just realized for some reason the overlay asset hasn't loaded, so we'll figure that out 1 second. Why hasn't it loaded? We should have a UI here. A pretty trim box for you guys. Oh, that's right. It's because I updated one of the folders for the link across. So I need to go stream stuff AOE forecasting outline. Give me a sec, guys. Sorry. There we go. You guys are back. All right, there we go. We got you guys a UI. Yeah, so Golden Horde and Abbasids, kind of a weird one, right? Like, both these civs have not been highly desirable. Although Abbasids, I think they're good tempo. We've seen that. I mean, even got mentioned in the chat. Poppy Paw proved that, actually, in the UGC finals. Like, there are ways to leverage this civ. A lot of people think of it as a late-game civ, but they're surprisingly effective for feudal timing situationally. This could be one of those times. You know, up against Golden Horde. Golden Horde, no doubt about it. You go to the late game, you know, even off the nerfs, there's some good power plays. However, there's also a very fair argument that the early game is still a giant struggle. It almost feels like you're prepping to play aggressive, and if your opponent doesn't participate in that, then you just can't really do anything. It's a weird civ. Like, I think, actually, a lot of the new civs kind of have this, right? Macedonians would be the other one that I see this with a lot. Is they require the participation ribbon, but if you ignore that, they really hate life. Myriad. How's the spawn looking? It's actually a pretty good one. I like this. Okay, so there's some hope here. I think, like, first thing you got to look at here is if a Bastard's going to try to aggro you, having both of the Uvu placements on the back is so powerful. Remember, this civ can have additional Uvus operational at any given time, and they will generate additional stone based on it per age. That's really important to keep in mind here. Like, that stone injection, getting it rolling early and secure, allows you to get these very powerful technologies that make Golden Horde feel like a gold tier civ. Vortex put Aber in A tier. Didn't he lose to them in the grand finals, though? So I can kind of, like, also see the logic there. I don't think I put Aber A tier. I feel like they're B tier civ. I think they're B tier because, like, they're situational. I would not back Aber to be any civ, no. I think there's certain matchups where they are surprisingly effective because they stop some really, like, cheesy or popular strats. But, you know, if you're thinking civs that I would slot in anywhere, you know, it's not like a Byzantine type pick. It's not like a Japanese pick. It's not like an Ottoman pick. It's not like a Malian pick. The problem is, when they get bad matchups, they look like one of the worst things in the world. So it's going to be an eco-wing build. So, like, this is an example. Like, I mentioned Byzantines. If you've done this build up against Byzantines, I think it's very hard to pull off. We've seen multiple examples where it backfires easily. But against Myriad on the Golden Horde, I think you don't care. This stone placement, I guess you could... I don't know if you TC drop out here. That's a bit risky, but with the way the tree lines are spawning here, you could TC drop the back side of the tree line and be really secure. Yeah, that's another thing we're playing on. What is it? Is it the tropical rainforest? This is a little bit weird, actually. Different biomes change how maps spawn. And you guys may have noticed that we cast one of these recently on high view. The Trilos don't ever spawn like this on like Temperate and European. This is a weird thing that happens when you play different biomes. Now, my personal take about the biome detail, I think I don't mind that the map spawn differently if the game actually informed you of this. But the problem is, when you're loading into a pub game, you can't see what biome has been selected until you're on the loading screen. At which point, like, let's say I know I'm playing this map, the Trilos can be very different, and maybe because of that, they're worse for raids, which is a fair point with the concave. That means if I pick, say, Golden Horde, and I'm planning to go Tortugud raiding, I'm maybe in a worse position than if we played European Temperate. So yeah, I think the devs need to change something there. Either they need to realign it so that spawns are consistent despite whatever biome you pick, or they need to make it so that before you even get into game, you know exactly what biome, not just what map you're playing. It's very silly that we've gone this many years with this being the case, actually. Because biome selection has been a thing for a long time. For those that don't know, when you play on the ladder, you would get one of 3 different biomes selected for your map. And they are preordained. The developers choose which biomes are viable for each map. It's almost mirrored up too. It looks like we are going to get the Khan probably into Tortugud beginning, because he did go for the Khan and Tortugud's choice. Second Uvu already coming online, which is going to support him to just keep spamming those out. Beasty, second TC coming in momentarily. If he drops it on the stone, okay, it's free TC. Yeah. That's pretty much confirmed, isn't it? How did he do on sheep? 9 sheep here is not crazy, no? Mirrored has 16. So there is going to be a food problem for Beasty. I don't know if he tried to sneak out into this deer pack, but I think that'd be impossible. With the Khan and Tortugud coming, that would be a death sentence. GH is really slow? Yeah. Even when they try to play aggressive, they feel slow because their production rates are slow. Remember, this is the Civ that has to produce in batch, meaning you wait double the time. You want to get some Keshiks out? That's a whole minute, right? Like, I think it's cool to have this batch production idea, but also I would say simultaneously, did we not learn from Order of the Dragon? Because one of the big flagged points about Order of the Dragon, where they feel weird to play and can be disadvantaged, is you are essentially saving up double the resources to then wait even longer to produce a unit. That exact same problem is occurring here. And the weird thing is the devs were somewhat aware of it because they did make the town center produce workers quicker. 37 instead of 40 seconds. But on the flip side, they allowed this situation. Maybe it'd be more complicated, but my mindset would be it would make more sense to change Golden Horde so that you could queue up 1 of a unit, but you could queue up 2 of a unit. And if you queue up 2 of a unit, it 1.5x is like the time required, or something like that. Like, this isn't a perfect solution, but I'm spitballing this whole idea that you could batch queue. A bit like what Age of Empires 3 had. Because Age of Empires 3 had this where you could start queuing units and it would have like 40 seconds till that unit produces. But then you could queue up to 4 more units, but it would come up at the same time. But the problem with that, like in AoE 4, I think that would be kind of imba if you were able to like last second add in others and have them pump out. But the idea of like having an alternate version where you can choose to single queue or double queue, I would quite like. I don't know, it's a weird one. Like, there is an argument once Golden Horde do get going with their batch production, they get insane. But, like, we're usually talking about the triple batch production. That is indeed when it gets ridiculous. Miro just maxing out the Tortugud. Also, did go for an early stockyard, by the way. I think this is going to become increasingly more popular. It feels like the pasture strategy, but even better, I want to say. It just feels so efficient, man. Like, 250 wood sounds like a lot. I think the only issue with this strat is, like, you will have to move out here. That's the only negative of going for an early stockyard, is that you need to actually get additional wood, because there's 250 wood for this alone. But once you get these people in position, they're never moving. They've got a gathering rate that's actually more impressive than standard sheep. Quite quickly in the game. You know, when you add in the fact that they practically don't move to drop off, like, it just ticks every box imaginable. And because it's 250 wood compared to 300 wood for farms that would cover 4 workers, it's a damn good deal. It's even better than you realize because, like, normally as the game goes on, you're going to have to add in a mill for your farms. You don't have to do that with stockyards. By the way, Beasty, interesting TC placement in the end. I guess he just wanted to create more protection towards the gold and the secondary TC. So he's just created the defensive triangle. It could have been better being here, but if he put on the gold, he actually wouldn't have good protection for the second TC he built. Yeah, so pretty much just layering, like, 8 stronger together type logic. Myriad now bulking up archers. Really wants to look for that blacksmith timing if he's doing what I think he's doing here, which is all-in assault. Which makes sense against free TC. You know, you can either try to tech ahead and play Relic Rush, or try to all-in them. I feel like we're past the point where you can just tech ahead in time. 14 villagers lead is crazy. That's free TC, baby! Doot, doot. Remember, he also gets discounts. He's free TC, but he's spending as much on his villager production, actually less than you would spend on 2 TC while being on free. Because he's spending 90 food per rotation of each town center, whereas on 2 TC you spend 100. This is where bastards are technically meant to be strongest, is when they can get away with the TC greed. Problem is, at pro level, it's become increasingly difficult to do. Like I said, Portugal haven't really been able to stop it. No textiles, maybe a little bit too greedy from Beasty. Spearman will turn Myriad. His archers aren't here. Portugal is shifting to the south side. One of them already got sniped out in this area, though. And he is also adding in Keshik, so that's pretty smart. We see that a lot right now from Golden Horde players. Tortugud themselves, not very good killers. Keshik are. They're 50% higher damage, but they have substantially less health. So the whole idea is kind of like playing men-at-arms plus spears against archers. You're littering in these premium units with these squishy units. The idea is meant to be that, like, you know, it's not as much about damage absorption as it is for men-at-arms. It's more about I can actually kill things with this. These archers I don't like to arrive, no. Farm count is getting a lot better for Beast. He's definitely not out of the woods yet. Has got Steel Down in the way. Very smart here with the free TC triangle. The food is becoming a bigger and bigger crucial problem here. It looks like it's going to be a sneak out. Myriad, he brought everything together. Beasty was waiting for this moment. Yeah, I mean, Myriad, he in some ways had the right idea. He blocked the berry plant on the left side. But now he should have giant question marks about where his opponent's getting food. Problem is, there's so much food on the south side, he has to kind of camp it. But it might be worth killing 1 or 2 troopers just to go check these resources. That's the thing. You know, fresh food stuffs might make a Basses very lean on their food usage. They still need food. They still need a thing for the workers to do. So when you're playing against these ultra greedy plays, that's the thing you got to think about. Maybe not so much if you're a low rank player, because low rank players more often will go for farms anyway. But at pro level, even with the discounts from Fertile Crescent, massing out farms can kill you. Look at this for a killing blow. Myriad jumps in. Pins and kills a few workers off. Has now blocked out the wood gathering entirely. Also does have Keshiks waiting on the left side. But he doesn't quite see this. It's going to be a straggler tree strategy. And Beasty, by the skin of his teeth, is going to get away with it. That's unbelievable. He sees him as well. So he knows that Myriad is parked here. But Myriad... Oh my god, no. Come on. Just a little bit further over. Okay, she's going to pull away now. Gets the bird on the east side. Things are ramping up nicely, but keep in mind, Beasty has still got a lot of food gathering out here. 10 on the deer. Fully unharassed. He's going to chase away the Keshiks. He's getting the straggler trees. Relic Uvu's now on the way for Myriad, however. Even has the timing for the rotation grazing. I think that's maybe like one thing in hindsight is, would Myriad have been better off just straight up playing into deers and boars for this strat? Because I know I said that the stockyard's really nice, but that's like when someone has cavalry. But technically, Beasty didn't have cavalry at first. He only had spears. Beasty's setting up even more raptors. Technically, with just mass archers, Myriad can deal with most of the army at this pace. Nice intercept on the berries. Heavy Cav's going to go for the charge in. Just keeping that count down. Now, remember, he's playing Relic Uvus, which means he can get insane stone gen if he rushes those relics. Yeah, there's a good timing in mind here for Myriad. Love to see him just starting to, like, stockpile the stone now. Free TC Abba, right? Like, when was the last time you saw someone do this? Even with Eco Wing, usually people stop it too. I feel like you have to go back to pre-Camel Archer nerfs for this. Another burn being found. It's kind of a shame Golden Horde don't get paid for this, right? Would that be broken? I don't feel like it would be busted if they got bounty, though. Like, don't let them have improved bounty, but it's kind of weird they get no bounty at all. Myriad 10 seconds out from Relic Evus. Beasty is prepping for his own castle play now. Has got enough spin to feel fairly safe. Like, yes, the archers will be strong for a direct fight, but Myriad will be reluctant to dive the base because even if he vets the archers up, it's still an unarmored unit underneath the town center. I'm gonna burst the bubble for you guys. I don't know if you know this, but the veteran archers cannot be a town center. Someone's gonna be like, not with that attitude, just rolls up their sleeves. No, that guy is... They basically should not win. They do. You've let a lot of archers die to achieve that. Like, a lot. Wait, is Myriad even gone for the relics yet? I don't think he has. Okay. Horseman also getting a raid in. I mean, Beasty's finding trickle damage, folks. Oh my god. 7 worker kills so far. Myriad. He needs a more solid answer and fast. Going through on the second TC, but the torch armor makes it a lot slower. Veteran CD just kicking for the archers. Is it me or does Myriad not have much of a military lead? No, and now the dive comes in, and this is what I was worried about. If Beasty target fires the archers, it's easy kills. Clarify what we get. Burn through onto the third town center. Horsemen are still raiding! Oh my god, Beasty. He's getting such insane value off a small group of ponies. Out of time being achieved. Burn is going to be successful on this third TC. So Beasty, now if he loses workers, it actually matters. Beasty still hasn't even started the castle up. It definitely feels like Myriad gave over a lot more than he should. Beasty essentially evened out the worker kill count there. 14 to 19. Now the clash. Spearmen, they go in with the Phalanx tech. Cav. Oh my god, they just get melted. Phalanx is a hell of a difference here. Archers should eventually win out. Beasty takes a lot of the truly threatening cavalry with him. I feel like killing the Batu Khan's a cheat code as long as it's Tortugu. Just keep switching the damage over. So despite the fact that like Myriad looks like he took a really good fight, the problem now is he doesn't have anything to dive the primary town center with. He has, however... Okay, no, the full fight. Yeah, this might take a while. He's still raiding. Okay, so like in Myriad's defense, I will say, and I don't know if anyone else has felt this, I feel like one thing I hate about stockyards is they feel really annoying to micro around with your workers, like seeking shelter and then like microing them onto them again. Also, I don't know, like subconsciously you feel like they should be safe watching this little enclosure thing, but they're not. So more damage done there. Beasty maintaining a 40+ worker lead. The bigger problem here, folks, is Myriad still hasn't got a single relic. No, which is a really big problem here for the Relic Uvu strat to make sense. I mean, you are getting more stone by default by picking that landmark. You're missing out on so much stone gen that could allow for this men-at-arms strat to truly flourish. Yeah, because remember, if he gets up to the 950 mark, you get batch production. You get batch production, you get a whole extra men-at-arms per circulation for free. You went Relic Uvu? Yep. Which also has made this like weirder now that he's at men at arms diving a base, doesn't it? Oh, yeah. Like actually, if he had gone for the armor, Beasty's outpost defense doesn't work. Because right now he's doing 7 damage. Your men at arms, I mean they got 6 armor, so they're fine there actually. Like, I guess it should be fine. Maybe that's why Mirai didn't think it was worth it. Because he's like, if I'm going to get ranged armor too, it's good enough. Like, I defend... No, I think he made the right move. It's just a shame that he's only now going for relics. Only going to get mopped up, horsemen around the back, find practically all archers. There's only men at arms left. Still, if he can start picking up relics, there's a way here for Murad. Armor 1 gives you wood. That's true, but like to defend it another way, you did immediately get an extra 24 stone a minute. It's nowhere near as high as the wood income for sure. But if you now get the relics, it's a huge boon. In fact, has he gone for the third? Yeah, okay, so it's extra 36. He's already got an extra 36 stone a minute. And like, it's what do you weigh more? Like, if you're going for an all-in kill point straight away, definitely can see the logic behind must be Yasak, the armor. But if you think the game's going to drag a bit further, the stone gen is crazy. Because you've got to remember, Golden Horde's strongest plays all are hidden, locked behind stone generation. Beasty's still the dragon trees over here, man. Yeah, the problem is this front tree line. Like, you never feel safe going for it. And he's actually going camel archers now, which can be a good answer to men at arms. Now, this is where having must be Yasak would have made sense. Because camel archers have 12 base. Oh, sorry, 11 base, and then they've got the +1. So now your armor could have benefited substantially. He would have been up to 8 armor. Military wing also on the way from Beasty. The relic game, what are we looking at so far? Has he pulled any back? Mirad? Oh, no. Please tell me we remembered that we... Alright, guys, this is looking pretty bad. If he immediately deploys all the relics and gets batch production, maybe. But it's not. Raiding the farms. We'll find a few workers. Just kind of feels like Murad has fatigued himself out here, though, on these pushes. The triple outpost really has screwed the pooch for him. And it just kind of feels like he's lost track of things, really. Like, the monk timing, I wonder if he could have got it in a lot earlier and how different the game would have looked if while he was diving the base, he was picking 5 relics. And there's a cool strat here. Yeah, he's doing it now. Like, just drop them straight away. Don't walk them back home. Just build them here, move around the map, deploying them. Because then you get that huge injection of stone. But this has been anything but fast. Like, bro, can you move? Like, just jobs? Oh, God. Yeah, guys, I think Beasty's probably going to stay in the bag. Mirad needs to make a move fast. He has now gone to Rams. There is kind of a growing feeling of, like, would this have been good if we just done it several minutes ago instead? You know? Because if he had just 2 Rams on that dive previously, you know, he pretty much had dealt the spears. There was still horsemen, I guess, so it wouldn't have been the easiest, but like it would have been a way of dealing with these torch-resistant outposts. Because remember, it's not just like the 5 fire armor, it's 10 fire armor due to the House of Wisdom. That's actually what makes Abbasid outpost defenses so toxic. If you can't build around, you just can't kill them. Right into the base now. Ham Archer plus Spin and defend. And he's got new horsemen springing out as well, which is going to draw away from the frontline hold. Or you have to lose the archers. Either way, a big negative here. Myriad, I feel like we're just not getting it. Another wave gets pushed back. The new wave rallying across feels like it's going to be slow. Keshic raid on the flank is at least good. I mean, you know, it's not like there's a cajillion workers out here deforesting the area that we could kill. They've been working so hard to get rid of Stealth Forest. This right here is the anti-Stealth Forest coalition. It's kind of fun to watch 3TC ABBA win with 0 food. Is that fun? When you say it like that, it sounds depressing. I guess if you're an Abbasid main, it sounds fun. You know, like, if we're being totally real, ABBA mains in 2025 are freaks. I'm sorry, like, whoa, like, okay, I'm not shaming you, but you have to be into some crazy stuff to like be sticking with ABBA in 2025. You know? That's like being an Ipswich Town Football Club fan in 2024 made sense, but then in 2025 you gotta have something wrong with it, you know? You know, that's like saying you buy Call of Duty games for the campaign. Ayo, okay. I actually did like some of the campaigns a long time ago. No, you know what? That's like saying you bought Fortnite for the single player mode. Yeah, there you go. That's the weirdo one. We found it. All right, Beasty is pretty chill mode now. He's gone back for an extra TC on the factory line. Wall's already up. Nami on the march. Gulam Mass here as well. And Murad, Men-Arms can trade recently into Gulam. The problem's going to be the crossbow. It's just not looking like a game where Murad can keep up. And now he's finally resorting to upgrading and including Karash in the coming moments. He also just went for the Karash Edict, which... I get the idea, just bodies for the fight, but... Pass comes through. Mira's front line, definitely not going to hold on as long as Beasty. Snipes come through on the Relic Gatherers as well. Even losing some workers now. Good block out, actually, from the one-man arms on the gold line. So wave number 1 of the Abbasid Apocalypse seems to be successful. Probably won't need the wave number 2, but send him anyway. Oh my god, even a few horsemen wrap around the back. So now Mirad in full retreat. Yeah, this is a little bit weird actually. He never switched over to the fortified outpost. It's easy to forget, but guys, when you're defending near an outpost like that, you want to be toggling into defensive aura. Defensive aura is pretty strong. He did get 5 Karash instead, but he could have had 10% more health on that full line, which would have made it a lot harder for Beasty to break. Beasty now going to retreat. Rams to follow. Gulam Mass continues. We do at least see relics now making their way home. Finally. We had to wait a little bit. A biggity bit. But Mirad now has, what, 3 relics in his purview? Yeah. No, well, kind of. He actually needs to plug them first. Mirad, unfortunately, just isn't on the same level as Beasty. That's a bold thing to say, considering Beasty only just beat him in the KPM map. That series was a 5-game series, folks. Beasty won 3-2. So Mirad can. Like, the thing you have to keep in mind, though, is this is just a very unusual civ in many ways. It's still being discovered. Both of them are kind of rediscovering what they do. Mirad forced to defend again. Batu Khan is gone though, so that's going to be a lack of damage buff as the fight continues on. Going to make it much harder to try and hold this. Beasty just going to try to brute force his way through now. He does have the boot camp, remember, so very tanky by comparison. That does look like the killing blow. I can't believe this, man. Like, it's 30 minutes in. You think about how most of this game went. I think, Murad, this time of the game, like, you want to review to improve, right? Instead of just running off as Beasty, there's a few things. Obviously, the Relic Uvu's choice into the delay on even picking up relics was a big deal with Golden Horde. I think the other thing is the relentless dives. Like, what are you diving for there? But, you know, even earlier than that, he had the right idea, but maybe in the wrong place. Like, he wasn't blocking out these deer. This sneak on the Stealth Forest is pretty rough. I think it's always this very polarizing map for people to adjust to. Like, most players, when they play attacker, prefer to just play raiding and not all in for that very reason. But props to the effort. In the end, though, and I can't believe I'm saying this at the end of 2025, A Bastard free TC. It's pretty lit. Oh, man. What do you call that one? Is that uploadable? Maybe. Almost as hot as KP. Wait, what? Are you objectifying your casters now? Is this how this works? I mean, I guess I take the compliment. It's probably like there's probably like an underhanded insult in there. It's like, yeah, they don't hire KP for his brains. All right, fun game. Let's see who else we've got. We could do. Well, let's have a look and see what the Canadians up to. Starflag had a game against Puppy Pool. And it's a Macedonian game, so I am curious. Been looking for the newest and coolest Macedonian strats, you know. Which map? Dry Arabia? Yeah. All right. Oh, wait. Switched to the wrong scene. Sorry, that one. Who likes nuts? Not these nuts. Macedonian nuts. That's right. It's time to check in on the Canadians who have been hard at work trying to figure this civ out. Okay, I think this error is related to Macedonians. It comes up so often on them. One sec. Let me just switch scenes for you guys. We need to switch to regular UI and then back over. All right, there we go. Apologies, we had the names written in reverse. I don't read Acrylic. But, yes, Whoppy Pop is going to be playing as the Macedonians up against Starflux Roos. Thought it'd be cool to catch one of these on the ladder. I think, you know, this is just one of those civs that people are always enthralled by and curious about. Macedonians kind of feel very hit or miss. They also feel very polarizing. Like, this is the type of civ that either just dominates or gets dominated. Maybe it's just people still figuring it out. There's always that element to consider. But for me, I feel like it's more that this civ just doesn't have as many options as other ones that exist in AoE4. Yeah, and your choice feels very linear. Once you commit somewhere, you're kind of stuck there. That's an interesting start, by the way. Double farm beginning. Yeah, Poppypore and Wham, probably two of the leads of the pack on trying to figure out Macedonians, by the way. They've been doing a lot of things like mass Bog Maffa strats, mass Spearman strats. Now the double farm beginner on a civ that has no economical advantage in doing so. I think this is a Grand Winery strat. It would make sense. Part of it is also probably that Poppypore wants to keep his scout out for longer because he knows he's going to struggle in the sheep game up against Roost scouts. Starflux so far getting 10 sheep. Poppypore sitting not too far behind at 9. Yeah, and he does have a line to follow here. Starflux can strangle him on this, though. He can just chase him along the fringe to block him out. This is always the suffocating element about playing against Roost scouts. So Poppypore takes the opportunity to go in, but that's a bait. This area has already been scouted. There is a gap, but Starflux, he's moving across to intercept again. Seriously, folks, if you really want to be toxic with scouting, this is how you learn to do it as Roos. Just be cognizant of where your opponent's scout is going, and don't necessarily always mimic with the closest scout. Think about where they're moving and how you can collide, how you can impact that. So instead of just chasing him with the first one like that, like Starflux could have, he realized, okay, I've already done the central area. I'll move this guy for the corner, and I'll move the one coming center to mirror the moves. Overall, that should lead to a sheep advantage in the end. I think there's... Was that it down here? 9 sheep, 10. But remember, for Poppypore to get 10 to the 12 sheep, actually, I think it was, yeah. For him to get that many, he had to go double farm to begin with. Most civs wouldn't be able to do that, because, or wouldn't do it, rather, so their scout would have to come home sooner, and they'd be more vulnerable to you screwing them over. Canadians are always doing pushing new strats. My brain read that as like pushing strats. I don't know why. Like, yes, Canadians are all like midwives. Is farms normal for Macedonians? No, it's really not. But like I said, it's Grand Winery. Like, it's the only reason I could think you would do it that early is to get more food home or a delay, and then you play for the greed. How cool it would be if Alexander the Great was your hero? Yeah, like, wrong time, though. It's not those Macedonians. Like, Alexander would never fit into the time period of the game, but I think I said the other day, I actually would love to see them just discard that crap entirely. Like, who gives a duck about it, sort of thing? Because my feeling on this is that while some people will be nitpicky about the time immersion, I think it's totally worth it over that to just have this cool environment where you can have the most epic civilizations throughout all the ages represented on the battlefield. You know, obviously we don't go all the way up to modern times because it would be kind of unbelievable that the Roman legionaries are trying to take on a Spec Ops group. Rise of Nations has that for you anyway. But, you know, like going all the way back to the Roman era and then going all the way up to like the 16th, 18th century, I don't think that's like that absurd. I think any small feeling of absurdity will be discarded in favor of the epicness. Like, just imagine it. A game where you could have the Romans, you could have the Greeks at the height of their power, and then you'd have, like, the Egyptians, then you'd have the Chinese, Persians in there, the Delhi alongside them, the French, English, etc. I don't know. Maybe I'm alone in this, but I feel like that would actually outdo it. Outdo the unbelievable historical skewing. It just always reminds me of, like, when you're a kid, you're like, wow, cowboys versus aliens type vibes, or like cowboys fighting dinosaurs. You know, when you're a kid having fun, you didn't care about the historical notes. Like, actually, cowboys did not exist when dinosaurs did. I don't care, man. T-Rex is fighting epic cowboy. You know, like, I didn't care about my immersion when I played Age of Empires 1 and spawned a little tricycle with a baby on it with a cannon. So, we have got Akimafa coming, by the way. This is just going to be slow down pro scouts, as Rus are expected to go at. I'm wondering if this is going to be a fast tech play now by Puppetcore, though. Would make sense. You get the triple farm and you go System Rush. Because the cool thing about that strat, guys, is with the system of the first heal for the Macedonians, you get 160 resources if you decide to moisturize one of your drop-off buildings. If you moisturize a farm, it gives 160 food. Add in the fact your villager is already gathering 30% faster here, that's going to be another like 50, 60 resources, meaning in the first minute of Castle Age, you can generate close to 700 food off of 3 villages. It's pretty bloody powerful when you think about it that way. Especially if it's a fast castle tech. Seeing what JD did to the game within the game mechanics, heroes just don't work that well. I think JD has become substantially less of a problem. I don't mind the idea of a few more hero units here or there. You gotta make them feel unique. Like, the thing I warned when they first introduced Jeanne d'Arc is, like, the resistance to it would be the fact that people haven't seen that before in Age of Empires 4. And I feel like as the dust has settled, people aren't... Like, there are things... I don't really see people complaining about JD anymore. I see them complaining about Pro Scouts, I see them complaining about Rus, Horse Archers, etc. Not really JD. So I don't know. I don't think it's really that much of a problem. The argument is whether there's enough people that now want more hero units and would buy DLC because of it. Because at the end of the day, when you're making choices, the same reason why I said introduce the Romans, you want to do things that people will buy. That's all that matters. So Puppetcore almost ready for the tech up now. Akimafa are going to get intercepted. Knights plus Spearman coming. By the way, once Starflark's ready, he's got a really good hunting cabin placement here, or high trade house placement here, right? Gets a lot of gold off of that. If he's willing to take the forward step risk. Puppy Paw has decided to go for Sharpening Stones. I guess he's worried about being dove. Can't think of any other reason you want to rush that when you're going for a castle rush. As that's the +1 damage to range units. There you go. Moisturized build, folks. Assistant of the first hill on the way. No one complains about JD because no one picks it. Well, there you go. So it's not a problem, is it? You're making phantom problems. But now, I personally would like to see more of these hero-esque units. Like things that can critically impact the game and become a priority target. So it's like, it's basically amplifying the importance of micro. You know, kind of like what the Khan does. And what metas do for ultimates. I like those components. I think they add a lot of strategic depth. It kind of reminds me, I think a long time ago, I said this on the channel, it would be cool to see them implement the generals from Rise of Nations in like later phases of the game. Where you can get these aura providers or ability providers. That can be quite fragile, but can also provide clutch, game-changing weapons. It could almost be like Age of Empires mini super weapon type feeling. I say mini because you don't want to be like, press this one button, win the game. So, first Ridari queued up. Did he go for... Yeah, he sippy cupped for the extra production. Because he'd already prepped. Which is interesting, because it means he hasn't gulped onto the farms at all, actually. Yeah, he's just going for rapid production. Look at this. It's crazy. Remember, you can use this on production buildings to amplify their rates. He's producing a Ridari every 14 seconds. High Trade House now on the way. Get your numbers in, folks. That's a fat stacker. Still, no matter what you try to say about System the First Hill, I'm going to remind you, this is Ridari. How does Starflight want to try and approach this? We've actually seen that mass horse archers can work, but it's a tempo type thing. You have to scale into the advantageous position. It doesn't just get given to you. It's got the first Akimath for engaging. A little bit ambitious to try and dive a wooden fortress, but it's really the only way you can go with the walls already up. Oh, jump straight in. Oh, he baits the spearman. Nice micro puppy paw. He's wasting a lot of the DPS of Starflock's melee. Akimath are slowly getting whittled down by the wooden fortress, however. And Knight's now diving on the other side. Double kill for Starflock. Puppy paw, however, look at what he's doing, guys. He's going for relics. Remember, if he just keeps spamming Ridari and gets 3 relics home, that's going to give abundance in Silver Generation to get these tech upgrades. Did he sippy cup it? Nah, okay, this is a different build to the one I've seen then. Yeah, because I think it was Addo was doing it a while back when Macedonis first came out. He's one of the players doing it, where you would drop 3 farms as you aged up and then moisturize the farms. But this is pretty cool. Like, in those games, you usually go Hippodrome. If you go Grand Winery, it doesn't matter. Oh, what? You don't like Puppy Paw's Grand Winery placement? What was it Beasty usually calls this? Isn't it the Spanish Bros, like, base configuration? Because he says it with the Arsenal all the time? Well, hold on a sec. The Spanish Bros regularly win KP man. Puppy Paw just won EGC finals. And Puppy Paw and Vortex were in the finals of that event. So, maybe, after all, this is what optimal Grand Winery placement really looks like. Because this is how champions place their buildings. Oh, dear. Ridari. Hopping on in. There's already so many. Starflock has opted to go into crossbowman. Problem is, he doesn't have a front line. Yes, Ridari just jump on them. Oh, God. Has he got enough archeries? Not really. He's got 3 right now? He's already losing workers. A lot of idle time alongside it. Guys, this is such a toxic strat. You know how you guys are like, oh, the system sucks. Build Golden Horn Tower. Golden Horn Tower is for pussies. All right? Because you know what Golden Horn Tower says? Golden Horn Tower says, oh, no. He's going to attack me. I need a defense. Well, you don't need a defense if you just spam so much heavy cav they can't reach you. And props to him. The moisturizing proved super effective on these. Oh, man. What a cool strat. Things have tempered a little bit because of the income. Now he's switching into the Bogmaffer. But already 2 relics home. Third one coming. Looks like it's going to be a 4th as well. Yeah, Starflark lost the relic game. High Trade House is at least going to provide in a different way. 165 gold, so 2 relics worth there. But the silver feels so much more valuable in this type of situation. Oh, it looks like he did originally cancel the damage increase. Going back for it now. So he's going to use Bogmaffer to clear spears plus crossbows, basically. The cool thing about the way he strategized this is he's got so many kills already. He must have 2 free runestone charges. So you can just camp on the edge of the base with better movement speed and range on his archers. Another funny detail, guys. For whatever reason, the runestone also still affects the cavalry. So if you want to move at the speed of light, you can do so by dropping runestone. A little bit surprised he didn't on the previous dive, actually. Yeah, would have just given him quicker and cleaner clear time on the crossbows. But hey, Canadian Commander-in-Chief, you do what you want, buddy. The world is your oyster. And he's already tapped the gold vein. And he's moisturizing too. So we have got gold income on this building, right? Is it gold or silver you get here? It's definitely gold. It just doesn't show on the UI, weirdly enough. Will come through. Looks like he actually did somehow get that second relic. Well played. Axe throws coming out a little bit too late there. Puffball just wastes Ridari. Still, it's not just about the Ridari anymore. It's becoming more and more about the Bogmaffer. Now, Starflark is switching into Knights. But funny thing about Bogmaffer, they are surprisingly decent up against Heavy Cav. Because of this ability here. Unwavering Focus ignores 2 armor, which is half of the base armor of a Heavy Cav unit. Kind of bonkers, actually. Obviously, mass archers will not beat mass knights, but as a complementary element of like, I was meant to beat something else, but I can help with this, they are surprisingly effective. Another Ridari creeping in. That's going to be idle time for the food. Now, Starflark has been doing a bit of chip damage at the same time, so like worker count is even Stevens, which I've got to give it to Starflark. You actually need to give him credit for that. Considering how aggressive those Ridari dives are, I'm shocked he didn't lose more. This fight could make him lose everything. Runestone gets dropped. Oh no. He commits with the Spearman. But it takes so long just to kill one Heavy Cav. And the Ridari chase away the crossbows. Spears get mopped up. Ridari Rue Supreme. With double the military value now. Also has this on the way. Ruinous Blinding. It's the final cherry on top for these archers. Remember, it decreases the attack damage of units they strike. So if you just scatter shots onto the crossbows, they're now going to be less effective at countering out everything. It's also another element that makes Bogmaffer really good against Knights. Because it's a base damage unit that you're reducing by 20% attack. Archers now go for that backline. Ridari just bogging down the main. Blocking out any gathering. He did also go for the Romfire, right? No, he's just been getting melee cav levels, actually. I thought I saw it. So he's still got a DPS increase on his cav, guys. The Romfire is a backbreaker, man. It's 1,000 silver, but it's 3 tech levels of melee damage. And it's now on the way. With the +2 already. So he's going to be striking for 31 damage on his knights. Isn't that... I think that's the exact number you get if you're Imperial. And he's getting it on a Castle Age Knight. Yeah, these boys are nutty. What's Starflark got going for him? I mean, you've got the Saint's Blessing. You could even think about investing more into that to get buffed up. Problem here is, like, you can't really build Spearman into this many Bogmaffer. Does it really affect the melee damage? What, Rumfire? Rumfire definitely affects the melee damage. You'll see it come in a second. See? Doesn't affect throwing axes. Throwing axes do not get affected by melee damage. Actually, No, they think they do, sorry. Standard ones, right? Because I think it starts at 13, goes up. But Romfire is solely for the melee component. Sword. It does also buff Rangi's damage against light infantry, but that's not why you get Romfire. It says +2. That's because Romfire increases your base damage. It doesn't track as a plus. So he was at 26 before and went to 29. And yeah, with the runestone drops, now it gets up to 32. These units are so nuts, man. Is this the most effective use we've seen of System Ridari? It actually might be. The way I've described System before is like, it kind of feels like a better version of Floating Gate for the first few minutes and a worse version for later. Because obviously Floating Gate is going to give that permanence, whereas you're going to be down to 1 charge a minute out of this thing. But initially, starting with 3 charges on that bad boy is huge. It's like for burst timing, it is a better Floating Gate. It's just long term, if you haven't done anything with those first 3 or 4 minutes, it starts to feel much worse. Wait, what? What? That's a gap? Alright, well, we burnt the wall anyway. Into the base we go. Starflock. Could end up being his last defense. Bogmaffer now doing 10 damage. Yeah, he went for the triple upgrade. Now going back for the armor and health. Secret Sights also could now easily be locked in because Starflock's going to have to keep everything at home to defend. Ridari, jump on that eagerly. It's just so tanky. This is over. The paw is the law. And it's Dane's law over here. Ridari plus Bogmaffer. I think they've actually dethroned Japan at this comp. Like, it's weird. Bogmaffer are expensive, but if you can scale like this, man, compared to just having Yumi, Matt, and Samurai, these guys are bonkers. Ridari wave has at least been cleared. He's hemorrhaged a few more workers for this defense, and this is only wave number 1. This is second one coming with 8 more Ridari. Yeah, I think maybe Puppy Paw just kind of temper yourself here. That dive was overly aggressive. Similar farm count, but remember, Starflock, it's hard for him to compete with this. The Grand Winery is giving 30% more food gathering. Just the army quality. When you get a prolonged age like this, it starts to feel like it's, you know, Castle Plus or Feudal Plus or Imperial Plus. Imperial Plus we never really see because it costs so much, but this is the impact it has from having double the blacksmith tech per age. This is how Macedonians can look good. Like, if this game drags too long and we start talking about Imperial Age, that's when Starflock has a comeback. The challenge right now is how the hell do you get to Imperial Age? So it's going to be a castle drop. Good idea here. He needs something fast, right? Considering how close that was to breakpoint, if another fight like that comes in, you're dead. And guys, the next fight does look like a killer. 20 Ridari already. I think this is an underrated element of like Macedonians. We mentioned how hard it is for them to transition, but once they've set themselves up with like a 1-2 punch combo, this is so powerful. Like, oh no, I lost all of my cavalry, but all my archers survived. Let me select all my production buildings and now be replacements. Or, oh no, I lost all my, like, you know, all my archers, like, gone, cavalry survived, all my cav has gone, all my archers survived. It's the same production buildings. You pay a little bit more initially, but it's worth it, especially with things like this. Like, the defensive arrow slit just gives you a natural defense if your army's not home. Good jump in here. Starflock does find the worker line. Get chased away, though. And the other thing you got to remember is with the way that Puppy Paw is rushing the map and just eating all of the gold, he's getting more passive silver infinitely. Yeah, 196 over here. He's got, what, 182 here. Then he's got passive 240. Like, this is pretty crazy. Look at the silver income. With active gathering, he's over 700 silver a minute. Which means he can actually start to afford the tier 4 techs, which are 2,000 resources. Toward the breach. My god, bloody Vidari. Is anyone else's jaw kind of hit the floor at how quickly these get replaced? Like, wait, didn't they all die like 2 minutes ago? I think it was 3, but even then, like 10 Ridari a minute's pretty nuts. Burns on in, takes out the spoon replacement. No ducking around. Starflock, you gotta be barking mad if you feel good about this fight. People looking to be more bite than bark here. Ridari, get in the way. We'll just break through. There's no one defending the crossbows. He gets on top of him. That right there is the break point. No coming back from this. A Ridari flood to end the game. Harpypaw giving you guys a new build order for your Macedonians. Go on, take your Macedonians to the ladder and go nuts because his Ridari timing was sick. Oops, wrong screen. That was a really cool strat. I quite like that. Maybe that's an upload. Oof. Did Beasty already play? Yep. Beasty series can be found at the start of the VOD. Jazz hands. So, what we got up next? Let's have a look here. Oops, wrong tab. Have to rewatch one to see Puppy's build? Hell yeah. It's a cool one. So we've got Kazuyohan versus Stas. That's going to be English versus Gold Horde. Basically, he's going to do 2 TC. Fei-chan versus Kuno. I don't know this Kuno person. 233rd on the ladder. She also had a game up against a rank 160. So she had a Macedonian game. She had a Sengoku game. Obviously, Fei games are all about the memes. Louis hasn't really been getting many good opponents at the moment. Yeah, Louis just like is getting a bunch of people to farm elo off of right now. Let me have a look. Got Lancaster versus Macedonian game. Let's have a look at that. Oh. Private data? Really? Good thing I've got the other person, Corv. I will see this Lancaster Macedonian game. We're going nuts over Macedonians right now. Dry Arabia. Let's have a look. Not that one. Where is it? Here? Yes. Oh, did you guys hear? Apparently the weird stretch bug has now it's moved beyond just being the Karash that do it. It can happen with other units now. Because there you go. Like this was seen the other day. Oh, a sec. Did we pause? Okay, there we go. Yeah. I don't see the problem. The Demi-Lancer's reigns are just 07ing their the partners for die. It looks like an 07. I actually find these stretch bugs hilarious. Because you guys have seen like the Karash one, right? Where their bodies just turn into those giant like wavy air balloon things that you get at like car lots. That's the newest one. All right. Let's get ready. Oh my god. Dude, it is Macedonians. Macedonians caused this. It's something about Macedonians that does that. I don't know why. Oh, we could have just, like, switched the UI on and off, couldn't we? Can I be asked to do another game where the UI is lined up incorrectly? Part of me is like, hell no. Oh, alright, whatever. On we go. It's Macedonian time! Oh, I love this. Always love to see the new strats coming out from the Civ. Corvinus on the Macedonians. Going up against rank number 5 in the world in the green as House Lancaster. Let's get to it. Okay, welcome back to the channel, folks, for a Caster Game. Legends from the ladders here. Green, we've featured him on the channel before. He's the one with the... what is it called? It's like, trying to see if I can actually recognize what it's from. I think it's Witcher. Yeah, it's like a Witcher avatar. So he's currently ranked 5th in the world with 2,213 elo. So he's actually the favorite player based on ranking. Macedonians versus Lancaster is kind of an intriguing thought, though. I wonder how Corvinus is going to try to approach this. We do have a Dark Age rush coming in from Lancaster. Nothing too unusual there. We see it a lot of the time. Who is this? He farms your ladder? I can't... Was this the one that we said was Ayumi? I can't remember if it was Ayumi. What was it? I'm trying to remember, because Balton, there was a player with Balton's like, it's just... He doesn't have a name. It might be that one. This guy has like been pretty consistently up there. Ranked 5th in the world right now. Season 11, he's ranked 11th. He's a fierce boy. He farms a lot of people, man. You know, like we watched him beat some of the very best in the game. And do so quite convincingly. That's actually made me think, where has Creator been recently, actually? He hasn't been playing as much. Yeah, just check this. Creator's been taking a bit of a break? No, he's still playing a decent amount of 1v1, but doesn't seem as hard committed as before. I don't know, maybe it's the burnout. Like, there's no tournament, no S-tier tournament going on right now, right? So, probably people just taking a chill pill. Okay, so Lancaster, they did go double spear onto the gold. Now look for tech. Wonder if Corvinus is going to be going for Hippodrome here, or do you go for the Grand Winery? I think Hippodrome could be pretty strong against Lancaster. Stops them, really deters them from going Yeoman. Also means that your horsemen just destroy the Hovelar because of the extra damage. There you go, yeah, Hippodrome coming through. With this type of spawn, it does make a lot of sense. You know, he's got Ford Berries for a start, which would have made Grand Winery harder. And Sheep Hall wasn't a resounding win. He's got 12 sheep compared to the, 13? So he won slightly, but not by much. Because remember, Lancaster starts with 4 sheep extra. Because reasons. In the dev's defense, the thought process was reasonable of like, hey, because they eat through sheep a lot faster, they need more sheep to start. Otherwise, they're heavily disadvantaged on sheep rotations. So, like, there is a good reason why they've done this. This, not so much. Abbey of Kings, Lords of Lancaster. They finally nerfed them, but I still, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's good enough. I think you kind of can't over-nerf the Lords now, though, because of the state of their mana game. The first 1 or 2 manas, better. But 3, 4, and beyond mana count feels really hard to achieve now with Lancaster. Stone Gathering in the back from Gorv. He's not 2TCing, is he? Because that would be weird, no? All they need to do is limit each mana to 10 captured vills. Yeah, but the problem really at that point with limiting the mana to calculating 10 is like, I think Lancaster is just going to collapse overnight. Lancaster's not dominating as much as they were, not even close. And I feel like if you take away this initial mana buff, this Civ is going to crumble so fast. Some people go like, good, they deserve to. I feel that. But you want them to be somewhat viable still. Whereas that change would completely double straight away. Apple's going up. Yeah, Corvinus is... He's going 2TC, I think. He's already on 200 wood. 2TC Macedonians wasn't really on the bingo card And like, what does Lancaster now do? Presumably this is going to be an all-in strat to try and contest 2TC. You could try to greed yourself, but like we were just highlighting, it doesn't feel great, does it? You know, trying to greed scale off of manners is really hard now past the first two. So it does feel like you're pretty much being pushed towards an all-in timing. You could technically rush castle. I think he's going 2TC, actually. He's gathering so much stone. Wait, what? Okay, so, like, this is kind of weird from both, but it makes a bit more sense from green, because if I saw Macedonians doing 2TC, the reason why I can justify it a bit better than you can is because of the way the manners function, I want to have more villages. And the other cool thing is you get a rebate when you build a town center as Lancaster. Because a town center build will spawn 4 sheep at it. So you get 800 food to harvest for building a TC. Yeah, it is straight under the deer. Second TC going on deer as well from Corvinus. You haven't seen 2TC before? I feel like I've seen it a few times. But for a tempo civ, it can feel a bit weird. I don't know, Corvinus trying to cook up something brand spanking new, it seems. I guess it is like kind of unusual in conjunction with the fact that he went for Hippodrome. Because the idea is that you're going to get these units to raid, but it's very hard to dive against Lancaster anyway. That being said, he did min-max on that dive with a scout. He even got a kill for it. Okay, that's actually pretty impressive. Almost cost him the scout, but does actually punish the TC. A slight worker lead for him. And remember, he's going to get more and more goodies here. He's about to get the Horseman in 5 seconds. Then after that, Radari Champion. The concept isn't as flawed as you'd think to be like 2TC versus 2TC when you consider these buffs. Because now you've both gone 2 town center, this does mean you should actually be participating in a longer feudal age, technically. And if that's the case, then it means you will get that Radari Champion out and we'll find use out of him. He's a big one, remember, because of the movement speed. Yeah, you get a Radari Champion, your Bog Mafra are going to be able to run down you. Not bad. Horseman just scurrying about. He's so freaking tanky. Hey guys, don't mind me. I almost have the exact same health as a Castle Age Knight. Okay, bye. Did I mention he comes with 2 melee armor for reasons we cannot explain? Why? Wait, why does he have melee armor? I feel like he's good enough without that, no? He's so good. And free. Another fun detail for you. Remember, all champion units heal. It's, you know, like, the more I'm thinking about what Corvinus has done here, it's a little bit like playing English versus Lancaster, because this Abbey of Kings, Mounted King type thing is what you're getting times 3. The initial one isn't as impactful. The scout has lower damage, horseman, whatever, but like you get there, you know what I mean? You basically get to a stage where you have 3 cavalry units for free that can raid and idle your opponent out. It's pretty freaking crafty. Like, I'm inclined to say in some ways it's better than English 2TC. In some ways. Because remember, you don't have farms building up like English would. But for the harassment factor, it's pretty surprising, the effect. Castle Rush coming behind this from Corv. Yoinks the sheep! So, you know what I said about Lancaster being pretty efficient for 2TC because of the rebate? That only works if you actually keep your 4 sheep. Alright, 75% of the TC drop buff that Lancaster gets goes the way of Macedonians. Manners Online has 2 of them. It's not a bad buff, but it's not crazy. Golden Horn Tower right in the way, which just makes sense. Like, if Lancaster was planning to inflate and all in you, now they can't. Like, it's really weird to see him mirroring what Lancaster is doing in a lot of ways. Because if you think about it, this is a white tower. Yeah, like this one's probably going to be cool when Macedonians mirror you, but do it better. Is this Louis? No. This is someone else. It's better than White Tower has crossbow placements. True. But in terms of like the tempo, right? It's different. Earl's Guard will be there straight away, whereas you're gonna have to wait for yours. But you will get more and more and more and more. Corvus has got the champion out already. Horseman champion. Like, this is the other crazy thing. These all get upgraded straight away. So the horseman just got buffed on his health stats and his armor. The Ridari champion has also, for some reason, been buffed. He also just got the armor levels. Oh, man. This is wacky. It's kind of suffocating. Love the follow-up from Corvinus. Now just rushing relics because he knows his opponent can't get out of the base. Strikes another worker kill. Frangie Stronghold's getting added in to buff up that push rate. Wonder if he's going to go guards here. It sounds a little bit weird, but the White Tower doesn't really protect your main, so you could just walk around it and dive with guards. Ah, who am I kidding? More Ridari. Why would you ever build anything but the best heavy cavalry unit in the game? I mean, come on. Really hate that White Tower placement. Yeah, it's... I guess he felt threatened on the second TC, but ultimately there's like nothing to protect here. The town center is the only thing because the deer's going to be gone really fast. Whereas back here is completely exposed, where you've got your wood lines and your gold. Like, it could have made more sense maybe over here for the berries plus the gold. Let's even protect the relic. Earth's going to flood on Christmas? That sounds like something someone living in Britain would say. I've enjoyed my winter being full of rain. Oh, 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 oh. No, 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 no. Alright, looks like Green's probably going to end up being a sad one relic boy. A guy on TikTok said, whoa, that's better than like watching the news. Oh. It's like when someone jams their dick in a door and they're like, oh, but the guy on TikTok told me to do it. He said it would make me girthier. And I gotta say, the swelling does make me look bigger. But also I am in immense pain. So it looks like we're going to see a shift to the north. I mean, it's a good spawn for the deer and the berries. Maybe you can pull the boar back afterwards. Does that work? I don't know, man. We got to, like... I mean... Legally, I don't think I can say it works. But legally, I can also say it does not work. There's only one way to find out. It's like going 15 TC Abbasids against Bruce. You just don't know until you've done it. I think it comes down to where you live, because then it's a case of like, you know, legally, do you have to prove me wrong, or do I have to prove me right? Nice to know, actually, on that relic. Is he going to do better than expected? I think he is. Yeah, what? Free relic gaming for green? Hog? Corvus with a Bogmatha switch. So it was just a few Ridari now, and it is going to be Varangium plus Bogmatha now. Why not speeds? I think Matha makes a lot of sense, no? Because your opponent has spear crossbows, so you building Varangium doesn't actually help you. Oh, he's doing it for Romfire. That is very interesting, guys. Remember, Romfire, we always talk about for Ridari, but you can see there, you get specifically bonus damage versus light infantry with your Varangium. And all of Lancaster's comp, except for the Lords, is gonna be light. I still wonder if spears would have been better, but I can see the idea at least. And it can work really well, because it sounds like you're getting dove until you remember that the Macedonians have runestones for movement speed, and they also now have the Ridari champion for movement speed. Spear mass moving across a little bit slow here. Ridari should be able to creep in. Who's winning right now? I think it's fair to say Corv is definitely like in a good position here. With the switch up he's got coming in, the slight eco lead, The fact that he's already going to be addressing the forward of the base as well. Now, this is the thing. Between the TC and the White Tower, it's all so filled. White Tower already under siege. And yes, Macedonians do get the Flaming Trebs. But that's an Imperial Age deck, remember. The cooler one I'm looking forward to eventually seeing is Prolonged Siege. Prolonged Siege sounds really freaking good for Treb play. That's the one where the longer you're set up, the more damage you do. So you get a 50% DPS increase, and it does affect bonus damage. So basically, over 50 seconds, you go from having Trebs to having Queen Bee Palace. As long as they don't move. I just love the idea that it's just angry Vikings getting impatient about the siege and be like, come on, hit them harder. Okay, bro. These strong Vikings walk over like, I've lifted so many rocks on this trebuchet. I can now lift a bigger one. And just charges into old man in the park. What's up? Appreciate it, Tommy. Thank you for this prime sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Is he just letting the White Tower go down? He kind of is, really. 4 workers now, but that's pretty late. Yeah, it's triple trap. This is dead. wait. We're getting sprinkles. Okay, now I really want him to get Imperial Age, because there's a tech which we never, ever see, which is Roman Fire. Roman Fire is the one that increases your sprint attack speed and makes them leave fire where they shoot. Rebs are getting harassed. Green coming to Corvinus here. Regrets it straight away when he sees the range mass. Yeesh. And the sprinkles. Rebs. Now we'll go back to finish it off. I mean, this is White Tower's toast. After that, the TC, and like, this is now the problem. You've made it very easy for Corvinus to force you to do something. Because once this TC goes down, you're going to get outscaled. So you're going to need to attack somewhere. Crazy amount of gold for gold, by the way. That's why I love the fact he's just regurgitating more sprinkles. He's using the fact that he's got this gold and needs to put it somewhere. The Hovelar is a smart scrap for green. Remember, he chose Frangi and over Spearman, so like Hovelar could be green saving grace. We may have forgotten about this. He's not going to get another monk out of time. Yeah, so he has one monk. And where is he? He's going to want to find him quick, because once this White Tower goes down, yoikening can commence. The Frangi Strongholds. He's got the arrow slits, remember. So the Stronghold defense of arrow slits add a lot of DPS into the attack here. Move in to burn down the White Tower again, just in case it's a repair attempt. Monk. Oh, that's the only one he's got. Cool. Ain't gonna let it happen. Moves across. So denial. Relics belong to Corvinus. I don't know, man. Like this is an intriguing reaction to 2TC. I gotta give Corpse props for ideas here. I feel like most people playing Angry Viking Man would have seen 2TC and said, greed, attack. The fact he realized the maths should make sense for him to do it too is pretty good. Oh, sorry, no, it was the other way around, wasn't it? Sorry, my brain, I'm fragged today. It was a reaction from Green. Could Green have all-inned him? I don't necessarily think he could have. If it was 2TC Fast Castle with Golden Tower, like, I don't know if I'd say Green's choice was necessarily wrong. I think he just got forced into a weird position. Now this is even weirder. 2TC out the gate. Because, like, if they stayed 1TC and 1TC, it would have made the mana very strong in the engagements. But it's like, instead of feeling pressured by that incoming timing, by going 2TC so early, it just forces Green into a weird dynamic. I would have loved to see him try this again and just not go 2TC and all in. But my instincts are to say that it would be very hard to make it work. Because of things like the Bog Maffer defense, also the fact that you had these free champions just raiding your base. I think like that's the key detail that made this make sense. Corvinus essentially treated this Civ like English 2TC, but just 3 times the cavalry. These sprinkles, man. The Hobblears just ain't there, man. Sieging continues. But the farm transition on the way, it just feels like green needs time he's not going to get. The Hobblear instead raid into the main. We'll find some workers, but I mean, cool. Good density here. Has the military mass just keep pushing for the win. And these two as well. He's got the triple trebuchet. He's burning through the infrastructure. The Hobblear raids are going to get a little bit of damage done, but the freebie spearman spawning proved to be a saving grace. Yeah, you just need to keep this pressure up. He even brought a relic to the front line to have a no buff. Crossbow count is a bit scary. I think that's the only thing you have to really be worried about here. Let's queue up the champions again. Shiv's out. The Hobblear raids are going to eventually be stopped. We'll claim a few more lives. But remember, like, this is fine for Corvinus because it's 2 TC versus 1. He does have to worry about farms, but honestly, he's done a decent amount of that. He's up to 24 farms already. Sieging continues. I kind of like that he's just not going straight for the landmarks. Because it'd be very hard to get it quick enough. Whereas this is slowing down the repro rate. He's got a decent amount of Akimaffa now. That's his spearman. And I wondered how he was going to answer the crossbow mass. He's choosing mangonels. Mangonels aren't that effective in castle. There's actually a fair argument here that building a few outposts would have been better because Macedonians also have the mangonel replacement. Go for the mana next. Before that happens, Green is going to look for the engagement. Hobblear, headbutt the front line. Not that there's much of one right now. Wallow's going to come through, though. That's going to force Green back. The Sprinkle splash damage is huge here, actually. Health bars are not looking pretty. Has to look for the recharge. The Sprinkles are getting the reload. Hobblear backstab coming through. Goes straight in after the siege. Does draw the fire. Reinforcements starting to arrive, but it's going to be a crash and a crush. Green able to break in. The Sprinkles are gone. New Wallow on the way. He needs something big to try and clutch this up, but he's not even triggering it right now. However, these arrow slits are important. The Spearman now arriving. That's something Green doesn't have an answer for. Just raw spears. And more Varangian archers coming. I mean, this is the weird thing. It's an outpost and a production building all built into one. And you see how much it cost him. Green went from a military lead to a double up for Corvinus. Oh my dear God. That is ridiculous. The boot camp, not to mention the arrow fire, is 12 damage every second. It's a crossbowman's base damage after all. And what a turnaround. I cannot believe it flipped that quick. I mean, the Hobblear looks so good up to a point. And we've reached the end of their point. GG called. Corvinus showing you the power of Varangian strongholds for a gradual push. Not just a production building, but an outpost to protect you. That was pretty sick. I keep switching that scene by accident. Macedonians. Macedonians can 2 TC better than English. I mean, I'd be curious to see English versus Macedonians doing that, actually, for that reason. Arrow slit without stone is so sick. I don't think people are sleeping on it, though. I see it coming out a lot. If you need, like, 2 outpost arrow slits, then it's better than arrow slits. It's mirrored a Khan in real life. I've never seen him rally sheep. So I'm not sure he is. All right, let's see who else we can check in on. I'm weighing up whether it's Faye time soon. Who's I am tragic? Oh, that's cool. Do we do a Faye game, chat? Is it Faye game time? Do you want Faye playing the Sengoku or Faye playing the Macedonians? We have done a lot of Macedonians. Keep smudging my glasses. Let's see. Maybe Sengoku game? Sengoku versus Japanese, or I think the other one was Macedonians versus Ottomans. Let's go Sengoku. Dude, my glass is still smudged. What the hell? Must clean. Oh, and must decide what we're doing tomorrow tonight. Maybe something with Hitman? No, I think I'll let that idea stew a little bit more. With a shirt? Yeah. I don't know where I put my cloth things. Alright, you guys ready for this? Oh. You guys okay with this? It's snow biome. It's really white. This may be too white. It's very white. Alright. In the spirit of Christmas, we not only bring Christmassy themes, but also the memes. It's Faye-chan time. It's been a while, guys, but we're checking on Faye, one of the absolute memesters of Age of Empires 4, and she's got the Sengoku. Is it Infinite Ninja time? No, because this Civ can only build so many. But I can guarantee you, she's not going to play the meta. Yeah, there's places you go to try and learn the efficient build, and there's places you go to entertain yourself. Folks, Faye is going to be playing a Sengoku Japanese matchup on Highview. This is an interesting one, actually. Japan, they love their Dark Age plays, and in theory, that's good against your ties. I would argue that it's not as good as you think. Yeah. Spearmen don't really deal with Yatai quickly. Unless you want to build like 4 or 5 of them. And if Faye scouts that, she can just stop building hot dog stands. And she has the advantage, right? Because then you just get a little bit less food close to home. And then tech instead. But Faye needs all the hot dogs. You see, she is American. So it's really important. If you ask any Americans, they must have a hot dog stand on every single corner. Otherwise, you are at risk of losing your American license. So one over to the board. Second one for probably the other board. I mean, you could just go deer and berries here. And are we stopping at 2? No, we're not stopping at 2. She's even actually Matsuri'd the tree line, which shows you how much she wants them. The weird thing, though, is if Kuno just goes for an outpost rush, you're kind of screwed here. I mean, you could sell, right? Remember, this is the only Civ in the game that gets a Dark Age marketplace. But it does feel bad to have to sell. It's Japan against anime Japan. Yeah, but the real question is which one's anime Japan. That's what no one's sure of. They can both have ninjas. They can both have samurai. Sengoku's anime Japan? How do you work that one out? Have you seen Mass Onobugeisha? Like, I don't know about that one, dog. So hot dog stand's gonna go home. Spearman play, this is what I mean about it. It feels weird. Like, you feel kind of forced to do it, but you feel like it's so difficult to actually get a kill out of doing it. Because if you don't do it, they're just going to gather all the resources. Just a chill pill on this side. 32 food. Did get pushed back off of that one by the spearman. And triple hot dog stand it is. America, baby. Get past the mustard, honey. We're ordering hot dogs all week. Some people, they get turkey at Christmas. But are you truly an American weeb if you don't get mass hot dogs? You even just invite the hot dog stand guy over to your house so that he feels wanted at Christmas. Because that's the thing you guys don't like. That's no one ever thinks the hot dog stand guy. At Christmas, no one wants a hot dog. Therefore, no one technically wants the hot dog guy. Ninjas to follow up. Probably going to be Kura Storehouse on the other side. Unless Kuno wants to out-meme the memester. Look at that. He does not. He's like, I just want to stand a game, Faye. I want to get a little bit of elo. I want to feel better as a player. I want to feel like at the end of this game, I would have improved. Buddy, like, that's not how this works. No one gets to leave a Faye game feeling like any of it made sense. It is a cardinal rule of playing Faye. I heard from some president that eating dogs and cats is quite popular in the US. I mean, of course it is. Isn't the US the country that eats the most hot dogs? I mean, in fairness to them, at least they had the standards to not eat the dog. And then Japan eats the most cats because they got katsuri curry. Ah, there you go. See, it's just a wordplay. He really doesn't like this spearman hitting his buildings. Or her buildings, rather. Faye does waste the shinobi, right? Like, something like this doesn't look great. But then again, if you don't plan to do anything... No, she is. She's actually building archers. So that does make the ninjas a bit weirder here. But I guess if it delays the burn through, it buys time for Yumi. Imagine if the carts had zoom. So, you know, the carts, they're just not as experienced as me. Like, for example, me... If I was this cart, like you guys have seen me in Cyberpunk, I'm able to get from one side of the map to the other using only Nitro Boost. But these carts don't trust themselves, you know? They'd be Nitro, it'd be hot dogs everywhere, slapping people in the face with dogs, you know? I was about to make a really mean mum joke. Okay, I'm going to say it anyway. It would be like being in your mum's bedroom on New Year's Eve. Okay, there. I'm sorry, guys. Hot dog stands now moving out. Not really good on the gathering with this, though, right? Because, like, you can't get the deer plus the berries if this one's sitting here. So she's definitely had to sacrifice a little bit. Looks like it's going to be a castle rush from both players. Just with a few Yumi to deter the spearmen. And, yeah, Faye guarantees that by locking in the gold now. Who's better at fast castling here? I feel like Japan should feel pretty good. Because if you both start rushing castle build Mount Samurai, your floating gate is going to give you better production rates at first. Obviously, you're struggling about the food compared to the Yatais. But in the direct engagements, the deflective armor is really valuable up against the Mount Samurai. Because you're deflecting a very hard-hitting strike. It's not like you're deflecting one damage. The trade-off, however, is like if you start to get outnumbered, your opponent will have better movement speed with the Takeda clan. And then the other thing to keep in mind is between the Yatais and the fact that they will probably go Sake Brewery. As the age goes on, Sengoku should be better for just spamming Mount Samurai. Stone gathering from Faye. Wait. I'm kind of uncomfortable what I think she's doing. Please tell me this is Takeda clan. We're not going Oda, are we? I think we are. She's got 200 stone already. This is over gathering at this point, unless we're going double the state drop. Shows how competitive it can be, though. Like, if you look at the timings here, she's really not that far behind on triggering tech up compared to Kuno. floating gate now on the way. It just feels weird because she's not actually building the estates. Okay, yeah, it's Oda. So she's getting the tier 1 upgrade for the Yumi. You wouldn't... Okay, so here's the thing. In a standard game, you wouldn't rush tier 2 to get the gunpowder benefits, because that gives you more ranged armor. But it doesn't really help you much against melee samurai. Now, notice I said you wouldn't normally. Because the thing you have to remember, guys, is that we're watching a Fae game, so normalities go out the window, in case you haven't become aware of that yet. Sake Brewery now on the way. And that gold could be used very well to build Tanegashima Ashigaru. Because I'm trying to figure out why else would you build Oda Clan first over Takeda. Because Takeda just makes so much sense. Because technically with a fast castle build, you want to be building Mountain Samurai. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. Because, like, while you might want Yumi eventually, +1 damage when you're in Castle Age isn't that important. If you need Yumi because your opponent has spears, then you just build Yumi because they get double damage when they're attacking their counter. And wait, what? That's kind of cool, actually. Because of the placement, she has to build these because naturally the mats spawn here. So she's forcing them to spawn further back to put them in range of the Matsuri. Now, we could have technically just built the Sake Brewery here, but the trade-off is that would have been less room for farms later if she'd done it that way. So it's like she's planning out her base for later. How many hot dog stands have we got in here now? It's just 3, right? Yes, up to 15%. It is. It's Oda Clan too. The only person who would go mass Ashigaru. Okay, so that placement's a bit weird, but it's acceptable. Actually, I'll be honest, it looks kind of cursed. But there you go. Cancels it all. Roughly gets them where she wanted them. I think she wanted 1 extra one here. Meanwhile, Kuno. First Mat Samurai have arrived. But fear our ninja. And our 1 leader. Daimyo is going to be able to defend that, by the way. With the grenades, the good old flashbangs, he hits really hard. We've reached critical mass, though. This is too much now. Is there an argument to be made for Oda Clan 3? Normally, no. But once again, we are watching a fair game. Okay, so Ashigaru coming out. Kuno's going to target fire them. He's diving TC, though. They are so slow to attack. It's horrible. And also, we need to finish our targets. Okay, new daimyos, guys. This is the only front line you need. Your aura, guys. And she's going straight for it. It's Tate. So this gives you an extra 2 tower range. The ranged armor is pointless here. The extra tower range means that you actually are Sniper Pro Elite now. Okay, so worker kill achieved, but that was fairly expensive for Kuno. By fairly, I mean, oh my god. Get a remortgage. What happened here? Hot dog stands have also taken the opportunity to creep out towards Boar, so even better. Relic game is a big win for Kuno, though. She's going to go tier 3, isn't she? She's really not that far off. No? Because it's 300, 300. Oh, there's 500. Okay, she's got some way to go. Yeah, 300 is tier 2, isn't it? Like, there's really... I mean, the only thing you get out of rushing tier 3 would be the conscriptions, right? That's the only real reason to rush tier 3. So, probably not worth it. Because the only other reason, like, the thing you unlock, guys, is the Ozutsu. But you're against Mountain Samurai, so there's kind of no reason for Ozutsu. In fact, remember, these Mountain Samurai deflect even the cannonballs, so... Like, just imagine this epic ninja standing, or epic samurai standing there, and like 2 hands slicing through a cannonball, and then it exploding behind him. And the problem with that is it would make your opponent look cooler than you. I don't know why this surprises me so much, by the way. Like, isn't this the most American strategy with Sengoku? Like, you just walk into the kingdom like, I feel like not enough people are exercising their right to carry guns. Let's fix that. such funny looking guns as well with the box. All attempts are going to be a bit of an L. But she'll eventually get them up. She's just putting crap loads of guns. Is finally playing for relics. Looks like she's capable of getting 2, which isn't too bad considering how slow she was to go for them. This game is going to get weirder, isn't it? This is the thing that I find draws you in with Faye games. You know it's going to get a lot weirder. You're just really not sure how. I'm always sad about Tate, by the way. It's such a cool looking tech, but it requires you to stand still to deploy, which makes it feel pretty bad. I also wish that there was a toggle button so it didn't automatically deploy. Because if I like stop for a second, I don't necessarily want the Tate out. Okay, this is brave, Faye. I don't... wait, no, there's no way that works. Guys, we're a little bit overextended here. Run, go Lilikowiki, go, buy time. All right, so that was ambitious, and this is exactly another like thing to highlight about America. They love their guns, but simultaneously, healthcare is not free. And clearly, Faye did not go to the opticians. A little bit blind in those stealth forests. 2 TC now, though. And that came off of all the gold gathering, remember. You get stoners, you gather gold. So she didn't really actively gather for this. She didn't gather earlier on for the estates. All right, this is going to be a long game, isn't it? It's high view, she's going 2 TC, and she's building mass range. There's no way she's coming out. Give Sengoku real hand cannon? What's wrong with this one? Look at him. He's got a ponytail and a box gun. Yeah. And oh, guys, look at that. He brought a cardboard cutout. All the body pillow owners are outraged right now. It's like, I can't afford a cardboard cutout. I remortgaged my house to get a full-size Naruto body pillow. Nani? Okay, so farm's starting to get littered in. Not really many additionals here. There's only Daimyo level 1. Oh, here we go. Healthcare ain't free in Japan as well. That's true, but there's an American controlling Japan, and everyone has a gun. So there is some freedom on how we decree this, okay? Therefore, this is an American military, like, naval base in Japan. There we go. We figured it out. And the Japanese are here trying to reclaim the harbor. Okay, we've got, like, a full sub-story now starting to develop for this. But it is a struggle. They keep sneaking guns. Actually, they're stuck no guns. This is basically the last samurai story playing out before us. Bows and katana versus mass guns and some bows. Because we didn't have enough guns to give everyone. Healthcare is free in North Korea, but there's no doctors. Right, so just to clarify what you're saying, what you pretty much just said is, you're free to die if you want, or not. That's pretty much, like, you could have just saved time by saying that. Did Kuno scout the 2 TC? I don't think he did. Pushed in here a little bit earlier, right? But I don't think he pushed that far. I mean, he's going for an all-in timing, kind of. I say that, like, as he's starting to save up resources. That's all right. I'm good at the count, actually. Like, isn't this the type of fight you could just brute force? The problem here is Yumi kind of suck against Ashigaru. Because if they get that Tate drop, they have 4 ranged armor. And reminder, you only get bonus against light gunpowder. These aren't light gunpowder. That change was made specifically for Janissary. So your Yumi don't actually trade very well against the backline effect. Which is a problem because Faye is literally all backline. Yeah, she's developed beyond the medieval strategies. This is Delta Force. This is Bravo 6 going dark. Give everyone a gun. We don't need to be in melee anymore. We have two guys that inspire us to shoot much faster. Those guys can have the swords. And they've got pretty hats as well, so they must know what they're doing. Is it me or is Kuno showing way too much respect to Faye here? I don't know. It's like, at this rate, Faye will eventually get a front line, and then it's much harder to break. Wait, why is he switching on Musha? Does he think there's Mounted Samurai? I'm confused. I'm so confused right now on both sides here. Outpost being crept in the stealth forest, craftily so, because neither side has a scout. He expects front line. He clearly hasn't looked at who he's playing against. Faye has decided that it is just too barbaric to have someone have to run at the enemy front line screaming. We've developed beyond that. You know what they remind me of? They remind me of that unit from Total War Warhammer 3. Because you got the Asian Civ in there, and they have like these super long-ranged Ashigata units. But those guys actually destroy everything they shoot. These guys... If she gets Imperial, though, you get enough attack speed off of your landmark that they actually feel like good crossbows. You know, so like what I'm saying is you just have to go age 4 and build a specific landmark for these to feel like real units. So like that's not much of a demand, you know, no biggie. By the way, she actually got tier 3. So she's now getting conscriptions extra for free because you generate these charges to spawn extra levies. It has to be a castle buff though. Because understandably, Faye's entire strategy revolves around the idea that we have enough ranged firepower to keep anything at bay. And what's this ranged firepower more than building a giant-ass castle? You know? You know why Sengoku isn't as good as Japan? They can't build rocket launcher TCs. They have to build actual castle rocket launchers. Alright, Kuno has some extreme crap will get off the pot issues here. It is legitimately just ranged and then only melee because that's the only way you can get your attack speed buff. Oh, sorry, the one Iko Monk. She's been watching too much Bulletproof Monk. Great, you're just going to bait them in. You just reset the Tates. Kuno sees a gun, immediately runs. In fairness, like, now, someone's going to judge Kuno on this, but in fairness, most people in life, when they see a gun, run. He's just being human about this. The problem is, you need to be ChatGPT against this. You need to John Wick disarm their ass and beat them to death with their own gun. All 57 of that. Oh my god, and now Horseman switch? I mean, he can just go Imperial. Just take the tech, man. Tanagashi Gunsmith is on the way on the flank. Faye stopped off for more guns. I mean, makes sense. You know, you can buy them at Walmart, so why wouldn't you? Like, I haven't been in a Walmart ever. Is it just an impulse buy at this point? You know how like they have those areas close to the checkout, the premium areas, or at the end of the aisles? You're just like getting ready, and it used to be that you'd like be booping your stuff, and there'd be like spearmint gum to buy. And now there's just like a handgun sitting there. Like, well, wait, have you considered only $21.99? Wow. Hollow points for $10? Bargain. Oh my god. I think you might need armor piercing. And a lot of it. Faye? Not sure about this step up. Whoa, girl. Minus 10 guns. Tanagashi Gunsmith almost complete. She still hasn't begun her age up yet. Guys, do you know why both of them are going to be going age 4? Because they're Asian. I hate myself. Yumi now raiding in. Work has been found. Okay, this is actually a pretty big worker lead now. And the Gashmashigadu going again. They've got the tate! That's right! They brought the coffee tables! Easy peasy hold, guys. Guns beat everything. Now, ironically, a sword to master a sword hunt statue on the way. The Yumi... wait, what? They're still going. Yeah, there's just a chop through. So that's now a 20+ worker lead. Enough time to get the upgrades. And we are going to start by making the guns better. #1 strategy in the world. Guns better. That has pretty much been the technological fight of like the last century. What was that joke? That joke was great. All right, you know what? I'm going to have to make a laughing command that you guys can redeem. It was such a good joke. The best joke you've ever heard. Oh my God, what is he doing with the cav? What? All right, Tate's about to come in. Good luck, have no fun. Kuno, what the hell? Kuno about to become Guno here. I don't know what the hell he was expecting to happen there. Mass guns beats all. Oh my God. So much for an advantage. Kuno looking to come again, this time with Horsemen. Elite queuing them up. Has got Daimyo level 3 finally on the way. My God. Like, I mean, surely she's going to be forced to build something other than guns. There's no way guns beat cavalry as well. That just... I mean, if a horse is coming at you, you can't just shoot it in the face, right? There has to be like a minus to accuracy because it's too adorable and you feel bad about it. These guys only have 19 damage per shot, guys. If Kuno just waits for bio, it should be a pretty easy break. Is Kuno gonna wait for... like, because you would wait for biology here, surely. They do sell horse meat in Japan. At least they're honest about it. You guys, like, in Europe and America are definitely eating horse meat. They're just not telling you. And yes, they only have 19 base damage in Akira. And plus 14 in heavy. So, like, you know, when you think of them as a crossbow, it works. Anything else, it makes no sense. Now remember, guys, you can't build hand cannons, but you can build Ozutsu. She's just sending it. So screw this. It's time to bring some true culture to Japan. Get your shotguns, mama. We're going hunting. Oh, wait, they have rocket launchers. All right, Mass Ashigaru into the main TC. Backstab is on the way. Yumi, what's she do? She's just throwing away everything. Okay. As you were, soldier. This is like the slowest raid onto the farms imaginable. Ashigaru, continue on in. I don't think this is worth. And wait, she's getting a Zutsu tech. And now she's getting Serpentine powder. Wait, what? We've waited this long? I love the thought process of Face. Like, man, these guys don't move fast. Oh, Serpentine. Got it. We better get that now. What is impressive is the fact that she still has the military lead despite what just happened in the last 2 minutes. I'm sorry, what? What's that unit with the gunpowder spraying a coat? Well, you want to get cold, it is the winter. This is the Tanegashima Ashigaru. An underwhelming gunpowder unit, but it does get a pretty coat. I don't know, man. Like, she threw away a lot, but somehow still has the military lead. Just process that for a second. This is literally win game without building melee. With the asterisk exception of religious and aura buffers. Like, these are the only melee units she's built. At this point, her only true front line would be all the villages. Oh my god. Just call this challenge Sengoku, but you can't build melee units. Okay, so Kuno, if he just builds only horsemen, should technically win. Just horsemen. Oh, wait, no, the ninjas. Yeah, okay, so ninjas are a problem here, guys. You're saying the damage is low, but hear me out. What if we gave them 40% more from grenades? We're even more American now. We've got pineapples. Frag grenades out. The snowball's coming in. The horseman. Wait, what's he doing? Kuno! No kudos there. What was that? I don't even understand anymore. I think the guns have melted his brain. At this point, there's been so many gunshots that Kuno has gone deaf in the ears and clearly did not hear the pings of alert for that attack. What? And oh my god, the Yumi you're in. This is just such a ridiculous game. Screw watching a Beasty Vortex, I don't care. They wouldn't do this. Crap. It's like a game of tennis where each player wants the other one to win. Yumi now to the backside. Forces a reaction again. She's now going to try to shoot a landmark to death. Which is definitely the most American. 77 is rather cheap for gunpowder units. Do you think they're good for the price? No. Because their attack speed is substantially worse than the standard like gunpowder. It's 2.5 by default. It's only made good by having the daimyo nearby. Because then it goes down to like a crossbow stirrup speed. She's actually going to kill this landmark with guns. Come on. There's no way she gets to burn an entire landmark. This landmark destruction strat definitely didn't have next day prime delivery. This is one of those Temu orders where they're like, will arrive in the next 5 weeks. The dumbest part about all this is that Kuno is just watching him like, yep, that's fine. I mean, I can't contest your guns. You have too many. And what better way to deal with all these guns than to build giant rocks that fall from the sky? She continues to stonewall the map. There is literally no way for Kuno to raid anymore. Now, this makes sense for Faye because she needs so long to destroy a landmark that she can't let him raid. But she now has cannonballs. We have got Uzutsu, the final form of guns. Guys, you wanted real gunpowder damage? It's here. 28 base damage, and they attack every 3.37 seconds in flash. Not bad. This fight, really bad though. Really bad, really bad, really bad. Why doesn't anyone want to win in this game? All right, well, that's going to be a fraction of the army gone, but have no fear. There's always more to come. Faye just has so much resource and reserve as well. This is just ridiculous. She can also just use the walls now, by the way. Like, remember, you can just stand on walls for more range. Which is kind of nuts, because when you stand on the wall, it's an extra, what, +1 range, and Tate gives you +2. So you're... So wait, that means your Ashigaru will go up to 7.5 tower range. You're basically a longbow gun. And she done it. She actually done it. This makes sense, though. Faye has made a statement that she is master of guns. Therefore, the gunsmith must be removed. It is law. Oh my god, this one daimyo. I love this game. Wolves give +2? No, they don't. That was changed a while ago. They used to give +2. But then when they introduced the Wingguard Rangers strat, it was deemed to be kind of broken. Because you could go Wingguard Rangers, and then you could get +2, and then you get bowstrings. So, sorry, when they had bowstrings. With the Rangers plus bowstrings, there was way too much range. So they nerfed stonewalls, because otherwise you could technically cheese an enemy base by standing on it. Jazzy. They also changed the damage mitigation, because it used to be, I think, 33%. And it was all damage types now. I feel like new civs are so complex and have so many unique units. I feel like someone's always going to say that at some point when something new gets introduced, though. Like, you're going to say that, and guess what? Someone who only just started playing the game is going to say that what you find not complex is complex. It's just learning curves of new things. You can either have a game that stagnates, or you can have a game that evolves, right? Someone's like, oh, Brutal's been played all these years, unstagnated, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. New game, kind of. Kuno, this is like a pretty good push, actually, finally. Oh my god, she's building something else! Wait, that's against the law, Faye. What the hell? Oh my god, Faye, you sweat lord. You absolute sweat lord. Nah, this is a default loss. We're making a call here. Faye, she's a coward. We asked the question, can you win a game as Sengoku only building ranged units? And she just answered no. I'm disappointed. I thought we'd just build more walls. The answer would be yes. And Kuno, oh my god, does he not just lose to Mass Yari? Yari are better than his horsemen, so the answer is most definitely yes. He just doesn't know it yet. He still only sees Yubi. They stopped building guns altogether. This is the most anti-American thing I've ever seen. So Mass Yumi, Mass Smart Samurai, Mass Yari. And guys, she is intentionally not revealing it. It's going to be a backstab. The Cav coming from behind. No counter to them individually. And Kuno, this is bad news o'clock. That's just wave number 1. There's plenty more bulking up behind this. At this point, Faye actually needs some things to die. Yumi now with a push. That's true. She hasn't actually upgraded the Yari at all. They're still feudal. But she will get the +2 damage over making them vet. Okay. Isn't that like a similar cost? I think that's literally the same cost. It's 350, or veterancy is also 350, no? I can't even find it. Oh, they're over here. Wait, she doesn't even... Okay, she has an estate here. Some of them are going to be buffed up. Yeah, literally the Yari cavalry bonus damage is the same as getting veterancy. So, like, she literally chose the worst step out of the two. Oh, gunsmith rebuilt. That is an outrage. More guns have now been queued by Faye. I think Faye has just grinded Kuno's brain into a sense of comatose at this point. He spent so long countering mass ranged, he's still building to counter mass ranged. In fairness, there are 60 Yumi, but there are actual cavalry units now being built. What is this game? You know, it's kind of sad. She could have still built only range to win. She could have built like mass cannons and mangonels. That maybe could have dealt with the horsemen. Probably not. But if you build walls with it as well, like this game is definitely winnable with just range units. She just needed to use walls. Which is completely legal. Yumi can get mopped up again, but they cost like nothing, so prepare for more Yumi. Does this game ever end? If she builds more mounted samurai, yes. She has got biology coming as well. And yeah, no, like a lot of civs actually have quite a lot of unique units. I think you're just like, you're decomplexing them because you already know them. So we're winnable and possible to disagree. Like, you know what this is? This is the equivalent of 2 English people being at an open door. Just saying after you come. Like, oh, you want to win the game? No, you want to win the game? Oh, no, you want to win the game? No, you win the game. How about you win the game? No, you win the game. It's just someone walk through the door. All right, Mounted Samurai are starting to raid to the backside. Kuno is fast running out of gold? No, he's still got an 8k over here. He's fine. And I think Faye was paranoid this trading. There is no trading. But she's thrown away a Yumi. Because as we all eventually learn, why would you have a crappy bow when you can have a gun? Everyone thinks it's cool to have a bow because they watch like Overwatch and animes and see all this cool stuff. But when you're in a bar fight, you can have a bow or a gun. You're choosing a gun. Every game. So much easier to conceal as well. Not Samurai breaking through the siege. Faye, gun plus knife. The ultimate combo? Apparently so. I mean, this is just weird now. Kuno built a bunch of Mad Samurai against guns. Like, that's the worst thing to do. He got beat. He was like, she's done. She's finally not building guns anymore. She literally has stockpiled more guns throughout the course of this game than throughout the course of European history. And maybe, like, a sliver of America combined. Even Texans can't keep up with this much gunnage. She can't have more. Oh, but she does. Back up to 40 gunners. Kuno now with a switch to hand cannoneers, but lacking a front line to actually defend them. The irony of this, considering most of the game has been Faye with no front line. Now it's his turn to feel the pain of that. Please stop killing lumber camps. We're not doing this again. Has she broken him? I think she might have. Like, this idea of hand cannon is tricky because, yep, there's a castle drop coming. He's going to be out of gold. He already got harassed off the west side. There's nowhere to get gold, no? He's got like 7 workers of gold somewhere. Yeah, this fame, which is about to run out. He's not going to have the gold to mass hand cannoneers past this first bolt. So Kuno needs a big win in the initial fight. The problem is he's just so outmatched. Now Samurai going to ride in for the burn. Kuno needs a valiant defense here. Horseman try to engage. Mad Samurai will spread for the fight. Wrap around towards the hand cannoneers. Body block's going to come through. Spin production underway for Kuno. Those are only funeral spears! No! He's got veterancy on the way, but it may be a little bit too late here. Hand cannoneers have now been reached. First line of cavalry's been cleared. Faye is now at the point where she has to kill a castle with guns. But ain't no pussy feudal castle gonna deal with guns. So clearly, we just need a fast forward 20-minute button so we can watch the guns kill a castle. Or, hear me out, more logical, we retreat just a teensy bit and then come again with all the cavalry. Why is... I don't get why after building all these guns, she's so resilient to building cannons. Is it because we used all the material to build guns? That must be. How about Trev? No, that's not American enough. In the history of her country, when have you ever heard of them using trebuchets to deal with anything? Okay? Like, maybe like a food trebuchet if you're like a kid at home and you want to catapult, like you see in Simpsons where he like catapulted them to Homer's mouth. But a real trebuchet, no. It's not gunny enough. But a Zutsu, that is going to be your mini cannon. Okay, it's going to be breaking the castle. Kuno threw away all the cavalry again. And barely feels like it done anything. It's just churn or pop all the time. I think Kuno's just drained too much at this point. He doesn't have reserve to keep bulking more reinforcements. Zutsu, will they get the freebie? Horsemen have to pull back. Castle's going down, and Kuno, that's going to be the break point. Farms all out here about to be idled. One ram just to deal with the castle, and because he has the rocket launcher in range, you can't dive it. That's going to be relics on the ground, so even less gold to work with. That was possible for Kuno. She's done it. She did not technically win the entire game with ranged only, but we did answer the critical question, can you just win a game with guns? I think technically she could have. It would have been a bull egg. Kuno looking to try and recover his base one more time, but she finally remembered the shinobi. Frags out. If you see a backline of guns aimed at you, you throw grenades in their face. Watch how quickly these guys are going to die. Frags out. Stagger damage. Mangonel trying to come out to scare her off. Faye's going to reset slightly. But the new wave of cavalry coming through. Lurk's poised to be the backbreaker, really. Hand cannoneers, they've been holding on for so long. Watch that number just get scratched away at. We're already losing a third of them. Just more meat blobs thrown into the equation. It's poetic, but the game will end with a lot of firearms on each side, I guess. Just the gold income throughout all this has been nuts, though. Sure, she had the active gathering down here, but shows you the power of the sake brewery on its own. Who knows? Kudos to him for staying in the ring this long. This has been a mind duck of a game. But inevitability seems to be ringing. His hand cannon is stuck frontlining. GG is going to get called. Can you win a game with only ranged? Not this one. But you can win most of it. So ridiculous. Yeah, I think that one, that's the name of that one. Can you win a game with only ranged units? Need a nap off this one. It's I think the word to put on it is that game was an experience. What's that button knob on my that? That is called an XLR. That's the Wave XLR. You can get them from Elgato. You can actually use my code to get a discount as well. Exclamation mark Elgato should take you through. So this is how you feed your audio through. So the mic goes into a preamp over there that like balances out the levels and then finally comes through here for the final balancing. And you can do things like this. You can like mute the mic. It's a nice little mute button on there as well. And then that's Elgato. That's a Stream Deck. So I can do things like this. All over the place. I can even play my music from here. Which Spotify is always weird. If you paused it for a while, it doesn't like it. Oh, that's because it detected it on the wrong device, I think. Yeah, it says it's playing on KP's laptop, but that's not true. So yeah, we can go like this. You switch into whatever with that. There's loads of other things you can do actually for like general production, even admin use. Like you have people who, if they work in spreadsheets a lot, they can set up macro behaviors to run through like different macro behaviors for them on a button press. There's a surprising amount of uses for Stream Decks. Oh, you knew this one straight away? Yeah, good old Fight Club. Fight Club is so good. Stream Deck is like $100. You can get them in different sizes, but yeah. They're a very valuable tool. Not just for streamers, but for anyone in general. I think if you use my code KP, you get like 5 or 10% off as well. What's up, Once Freak? Question for the land of the UK. Can you still walk around in London without getting bothered by street vendors and so on? I don't feel like I have that problem. If you're going to like a London market, that's going to be different. But if you're just like generally traveling across London, I never have that problem. You have a decent amount of travel that you can do through the tubes anyway. Like, I've never had that issue. The Half Sword OST? I don't know if I've heard the Half Sword one. What's that? What game is that from? Am I going to get demonetized if I play it? I might get demonetized if I play it. I've never heard of that one. A Japanese horseman, the only horsemen who don't really get armor in Imperial Age. Oh, you mean skin changes? Possibly. Maybe Mongol ones as well. And, oh, sorry, Wembley Hog. I see you with the sub, buddy. Thank you very much, mate. You absolute legend. Appreciate it. Wait, did you subscribe in one go for 18 months? What a giga, Chad. Or is it? No, that's... You've been subscribed for longer already. Whatever. Either way, thank you very much, mate. You're a legend. Just a free game on Steam? There's no way. You'd be surprised. I've been pulled up before on, like, at Zanakind is one which I got, like, copyright struck on. Even though, like, I I was playing Final Fantasy when it happened. It's so weird. Do I play other games ever? Yeah, we play a lot of games. So typically the idea is like Tuesdays and Fridays are our variety stream days. And we do a bunch of challenges. So literally last Tuesday, we done Dishonored hardest achievement run with challenges. So we'd have things like you can't use your hands. The floor is lava. You can't use abilities. One-handed gaming. Twitch plays. And then like before that, we had the Cyberpunk challenge of trying to get across the map without W key working. We had the Sonic, but using your voice only. So we do a bunch of different things, and we're going to continue to do that into 2026. So we've got lots of cool ideas. I was just speculating like what we're going to do tomorrow. I was weighing up doing Dead Space with green light, red light, which sounds so cursed, but so good for that reason. Or Alien Isolation. I'm not sure which one sounds worse. It's like trying to do Alien Isolation with green light, red light, or Dead Space. I think Dead Space maybe, because like Alien Isolation can be very un-action packed at times. But like that's one of the possibilities. We had loads of different ones though. I think there was a few ideas around Portal that I'm cooking up. That one still needs some time in the oven. Because I found out recently that Portal, there's literally a cheat code to make the game go faster. So I want to find a fun way of using that. But there were a few other ones. Like I was thinking about like Metal Gear Solid with only voice commands. There were a few in there of like, if we die, we reset entirely that we could do. I've got some really... I need to get my hands on an eye tracker, but they're not cheap. Because I have some really cool ideas with an eye tracker only. But I was weighing up like some stuff around Transport Tycoon. I need to look into Octopath Traveler. They sent me a key. I want to see if there's some fun challenges there. Or like 2 Point Hospital. So, like there's loads of games planned basically. We'll be doing a lot of variety next year. But yeah. I really enjoyed the Dishonored one actually. In some ways that was my funnest one. I just wish we had like more consistency on the challenge than what we had, because it's... You don't know what's going to be a good challenge and what's not. I think my favorite one that we've done with Dishonored was probably still the you cannot look at anyone challenge when it would roll. Where, for those that didn't see it, basically what we done is we had... Let me see. So we had this. And the way it worked is that we had a box like that. And you legit could not look in that area. Like, if anything alive was in that area, then you had to restart. I think that was a really cool run, actually. But yeah. I don't know. Hopefully more and more people turn up with those. I think, like, I'm just kind of accepting the fact that there's probably a lot of people that watch this stream currently that just watch for Age of Empires. And it's like a new audience will be built out of doing the variety stuff. Which is a little bit of a bummer. Like, when we had front page, I was like, man, I was hoping a lot more people turn up to, like, engage with it. Shout out to those that did. You were incredible. Because, like, one of the fun ones we done, we were playing Dishonored, and I literally set up commands so that you guys could actually do things. So, basically, we have a script. Yeah, I'll quickly show you. We're in between games. So, we actually had a script that literally lets you guys do things. Yeah, we had this. So you could do things like you could type left or right and it would do those. It's not active right now, so putting it in won't do anything. But I really like the idea of these. You guys play the game, or like I play the game and you guys play the game with me. And by with me, I basically mean you're probably going to try to screw me over. Because I thought a cool game for that would be, if you guys seen Peak. I was trying this one out. I think this is actually a pretty good game for it, actually. What have I got hanging in there? Oh, that's great. I feel like this would be hell to try and do with you guys. But yeah, it's just like you just have to climb up. Pretty simple, but actually quite challenging normally. But then what we would do is like, I have a script for this where you guys, it's, I think I called it 30-30, right? Yeah. So it's this one. And the way this one works is literally it has an internal clock that every X seconds, you guys have control. And you could basically try to kill me. Or you could try to climb, like we're meant to. I wonder which one you guys will do. And then the control would switch back and forth. So yeah, there's cool things like this in mind. This is all Python script, by the way. Modularize the message variables. Wait, which part? Yeah, I just kind of like done it in a lazy way. Do you mean... Oh, down here? Oh, you're just trying to say yeah. Oh, down here? No, this is working correctly. Nice try. So, oh, you mean these? Yeah, you could. Honestly, like with the way you're gonna change it, it's kind of easier just to have them all condensed in one function. Is my perspective. Because Doug created this, and then I like obviously been modifying it. And I'm like, yeah, I kind of agree with Doug's logic. This is fine. But yeah, my next goal as well is to learn Papyrus. I want to do some Skyrim scripting. I've got some very interesting ideas for Skyrim, but like I coming to the conclusion that for a lot of the cool things I want to do for these different games, same with like GTA, I'm probably gonna have to learn to script in them. So it's like extra chores, and I have to find time to do that between everything else we do. So like, but I think it'll be worth it because we've already been cooking up a few things here, right? So we've got like the Twitch plays. You guys remember the random word generator? We basically created a random word generator where we had to use the word that pops up. I'm trying to figure out a random traffic thing, but that's like in GTA, but I need to learn GTA's whole scripting side, which is a mess. They don't make it easy. But this is the one we use for the Dishonored, so this is random quests. You'd have things like floor is lava, lowest available resolution, look at anyone equal reset, wear oven mitts, which we made harder for ourselves because we wore boxing gloves instead. You have like minimum FOV, which is weird. No knockouts, stay on the ground, red light, green light. Lots of cool things. Yeah, like this is the direction I'm taking the channel in, right? Like doing creative, fun ways of playing games. And then a lot of time getting you guys involved where I can. It's very much inspired by someone who I consider to be one of the best creators on the platform, actually, which is Doug. What he does. I was like, you know what? Like, yeah, I always like playing games in challenging ways as a kid. I have like a scripting background. And I always say like my favorite part about live stream is the interaction element. So it all kind of makes sense. Right, so yeah, like later tonight I'll basically figure out what we're gonna do exactly, because I haven't fully decided what we're doing for tomorrow's stream yet, which is very unorganized to me. Oh, that was in there as well. I was thinking Spyro with voice commands would be hilarious. Yeah, I have like some ideas around Spyro that I think would be quite funny. Okay, who can we cast? I don't think we'll do another Faye game. Weighing up whether we do some more games or not. Depends. I don't think there's many people playing at the moment because like Christmas and chilling because we just had a big tournament, right? Hey, what's up, Cambian? Thank you very much for the resub, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. Smart lad. Remember, guys, always get those subs in. Supports the channel means you don't have to worry about ads either. Also, reminder, before those prices hike any quicker, any faster, any higher, if you guys are looking for a PC, always check out PC Specialists. I'll be talking to them after the holidays to see if they want to renew for 2026, which would be a huge boon going into Friday content. So if you want to check them out, use code Pigeon40 when you're building a PC or a laptop or whatever, and you'll get some money off. This literally, you see this laptop here, this thing right here, this beast that runs the entire stream, that is a PC Specialist product. Shout out to them. We'll see you play casually, let it happen. Yeah, I'm gonna play other games casually. Dude, I already spend copious amounts of time in Age of Empires 4. Let me have my variety. Like, I've come to, so part of it is like, I've come to a conclusion, right? Like, when I went on our content creation journey, it came from just solely doing esports commentary and hosting, right? And like, what I realized I've been doing is I've continuously put my eggs in the esports basket, just in different forms. But it's still like the same problem of like, you're putting all your eggs in one basket. And also, I realize as much as I love esports, by doing that, what I'm essentially doing to myself is competitivizing every experience of gaming instead of just having fun with games, if that makes sense. Right? And it's like kind of refreshing to find cool content environments in which I can now go visit single player games that I otherwise would never. You know, I just said about like some Portal 2 challenge runs. That's really cool to me. What world would I get to do anything esports wise with Portal 2? You wouldn't at all. Gonna put up polls for games. Maybe as time goes on and we build more into that, but like initially I'm just planning out games I think with cool ideas would be cool and then doing them. And yes, this is Spyro Tunes. Because the challenge with like letting you guys vote on it, it means I'd have to prep like 4 ideas ahead of time and be like, guys, here's the idea for today. And if people aren't already inherently tuning in for whatever we're doing, like you might just get no one interact with the poll, and now I'm just behind on prepping whatever we're going to be doing for the day. Like I'm changing the format because like, and this is actually true for like everyone AOE4, no one really does this, is like true planning of what your content arc is going to be before you go live. And this isn't just AOE4, this is Twitch in general. Most people don't do this. Most people, their approach to content creation is they go live and they hope they get a clippable moment. And then whatever. I'm changing the idea of how I create content because I think it's a lot more healthy for me and for the growth of the channel, for everything really. It's like, today we are going to be seeing if we can win a game of Smash Bros using a joystick and only using our ass cheeks. You know, like I'm not going to do that, but because I get banned. But like as an example. And now we're going to go live to see if we can do it. Right? So it still has the spontaneity that I love about live streaming, but now instead of just going live because you're going live, you have a structure and a format. We kind of benefit from that first of like KPMM, but even though that's a structure and a format, it's like also just become the equivalent of you're going live and you're going live, if that makes sense. It changed as it became a more frequent thing. It's just like, okay, it's just happening. Whereas this is like a return to unique new thing happens. So like to answer that was a long answer to explain it, but like as we grow, there will be an element of, all right, guys, what are we doing today? Or like, I show you that challenge list, there'll be an element of like, okay, guys, what would be cool challenges to add to this? What would be cool penalties and punishments to add to this? And you guys will have more and more input. Because like, that's the thing for me. I love the interactivity side. And also I think, honestly, just being focused on esports and being focused on casting games on this channel, that also is anti-interaction as well, to be honest. Yeah. Like, I think it's healthy to have the idea of, like, we have our time to cast and host and whatever, and we have our esports gigs. And then we have these cool things we're doing here, is my take. So, yeah, that just kind of gives a little bit of an insight into the mind. Man, I'm still trying to figure out what we're going to do tomorrow. There's just so many ideas, and a lot of them could be good. What I want to do, I want to create, like, a script where it soft locks you out of a game until you do something. Like it takes control from you and gives it back after you do the thing. I'm not sure if you can do that with Python though, because Python isn't. What's the term I'm looking? So Python is like, you don't create an executable, right? You run it. It's like real-time run. I forget the term for this term. Compared to like C# and C++, it doesn't have a compiler, so you don't just like compact a bunch of things in and have it run as an executable the same way. It's like you enact it from a command prompt. So like it's a case of whether you can get it to spawn an input box on it. So you'd have like a timer behind the scenes that would spawn an input box that would require you to do something like press certain keys to then get the game control back. Hope we don't outgrow KPMM. I mean, I can see the thought there, but at the same time, like, if it did outgrow it, that's like the audience saying how they feel, you know? I will say, like, in my mind, what I'm talking about here, I think could genuinely end up being more intriguing to people than KPMM. And that's, like, not a bad thing. That's just, like, the evolution of things. That goes back to the idea of, like, I really wish we had the approval of funding from Microsoft to do these crazy ideas, like create a tournament or, you know, 2 people control a civilization and one of them's bronze level, and so on. Because I think those ideas are really cool. I have to leave, see you when KPMM's on again. Joke's on you, mate. That's not going to be until 2026 XP. But yeah. Like, I'm always open to ideas. I'm probably going to add in... Should I do it now? We add in a suggestion channel. Didn't we have one? I thought we did. Oh, yeah, we have a channel suggestions idea. That's a channel suggestions. Okay. Screen. Let's go challenge idea suggestions. We'll add that in. Sad to see AO2 get so many viewers, but AO4 gets so little in S-tier grand finals. I mean, it's just the nature of like esports. They take a long time to build. It's also just a legacy title. So there's a lot of people that have anchored themselves and watched Age of Empires over long periods, right? So it's like, I can't say it's too surprising. But like, that's another thing. I think I was kind of honest on this. Like, we're exploring variety content because genuinely, I don't see a world in which I survive doing this ever full time only off of just AoE 4. So it's like, there's a logic. And also I have fun doing it. It's not that I don't have fun with AoE 4, but like, I think I said it the other week is, you know, a big part of why I do this variety stuff is because if I don't do it, I can already feel I'm going to burn out. Like, what a lot of you guys probably don't realize is just before we started KPMM Season 1, I hit a burnout wall big time. Like, I was ready to clock out of AoE entirely. Because there's like this, you know, some people are going to act like, oh, it's fun, I love doing it all the time. I think that you're either, like, find that's really true or there's, like, a bunch of bullcrap involved in it. And, like, it's more like you're worried you can't do anything else. But maybe people are like that. But you have to do things to keep things fresh. If you keep doing the same thing over and over again, even if you love that thing a lot, it is inherently going to end up getting an element of monotony to it, right? It's the way things work. You know, you need that refresher. Like, you guys saw, like, was it Tfue? He stopped streaming because it wasn't fun anymore and recently said, I'm back because it's fun. And I don't want to reach that burnout point where we just kind of throw everything we've built together out the window and then it's just done. But it's also like, even outside the burnout, I know that based on the numbers, financially, AoE 4 on its own won't make sense. So yeah, it's not a bad thing. It's like, look at it as a positive, right? AoE 4's still got 2 days of the week, and we have the other 2 days be variety. And I don't expect that to change anytime too soon, if it ever does. But the other thing I'd also say is that whole idea of making things like a show or an experience unique. In a way, by having Age of Empires 4 be 2 days a week instead of 4, it makes those AoE 4 days more unique. You know what I mean? Like, when we were casting 4 days a week and we were watching, like, 100 hours a month of AoE 4 at least. More than that, I think. Easily. Like, 120 probably, right? The regularity at which you're probably going to see the same strategy, fairly high. Whereas you almost get kind of a fresher breath to it if you don't watch every single day. I might remove this song. I'm not sure about this song anymore. Retro Gaming Angle was cool. The only reason I didn't watch this one for longer was that I added the game to my game backlog after watching you play the first level. I knew it would kick in the nostalgia. Yeah, and like there's going to be an element of like, some people will be like, whatever, there's going to be a YouTube video, I'll wait for the YouTube video. And that's absolutely fine. And that's the cool thing about that is that then leads into when there's people regularly tuning in for the live streams. Now I'm going to inherently have more emphasis on how I make the live streams feel like something you want to be a part of, right? The cool thing is like once you get the scale there, you can do whatever you want. You know, I'm always reminded of people like Ludwig, who Ludwig would do stuff like Twitch chat decides what I buy on Amazon. That's literally just him going through, like, getting Amazon links sent to him and having to buy things, right? That's like a hilarious. It's such a simple thing that's so cool and effective because you guys get to like do something that matters for the stream. You know, it's the same thing. The same reason people like TTS. I'm probably just gonna full add TTS back anyway. Like I literally have it for the variety stream days. Whenever we're doing variety stream, the TTS, the text to speech, pop-ups and alerts, literally work all the time. But when we do these streams, they've only been working when we're in lobby like this, not when we're in game. Because I was trying to professionalize it. But I just like, I'm kind of like, past that point. You know? Like, trying to professionalize it too much to be like a serious esports cast channel. Like, we're not really meant to be that. It's not, I'm not PGL or ESL, you know what I mean? It's like it's a different content goal, I think. You like, yeah, there's some really cool content. Retro gaming and RTS crowds have many overlaps? Yeah, exactly. But it's like, you know, I was thinking about this. You know, I even just, like, after I'd done that challenge, Googled it. And, like, Dishonored, some people have videos of Dishonored from, like, a year ago that have over 500,000 views. Like, there's just games, when you hit games that just resonated with us at different points, it loops back weirdly. Like, there is a meta to new games, right? But also there is a value to checking out classic games. Like, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I didn't enjoy the fact that we spent 2 hours on one of the areas only to realize we did have to talk to a guy. But, like, overall, the Dishonored run was quite fun. And, like, you know, it'll be the same when we check out things like Skyrim. Maybe we do some more Cyberpunk. Trying to think of some Witcher angles. I don't know what it is with the games made by those devs, but I feel like CD Projekt Red don't do a good job with giving good access to modding. You know what I mean? Like, compare it to even GTA mods that weren't intended. Like, the obvious one would be like Skyrim. The way you can manipulate the world in like Elder Scroll games with modding is drastically superior to the ones I've seen from CD Projekt. Yeah, it'll be fun though. I'm keeping an eye out for new games as well. I think there'll be. I was thinking about this originally, like, oh, I want to come up with cool challenges, so we should look at games that already exist. But now it's like there are probably ways we can make new games fun to explore for the first time, like permadeath. You know, if you die once, you like have to restart. And then, like, I think that's where that challenge list thing we had is really cool. It's like we get a new game come out, it's like, okay, what would make this game like really awkward to play? And then we just add a bunch of challenges like that. And yeah, like the goal here will be to get more and more advanced. Like, I really want to create a script that every time you press a button, it shrinks the size of your screen. Make map and quest making available for those games. Yeah, but just in general, also like physics altering. So like when we done our Cyberpunk challenge, I wanted to add it in so that if you touched anything with your car, you exploded. But we even went in to the like all the files. We literally went into the console commands and we went into like the file hierarchy, and we couldn't get it to reliably work. So we set it up where like if we collided at a certain speed, it would multiply the damage and blow up the car. But even that wasn't consistent. Like, Cyberpunk in particular has been coded in a really clunky way. I think the devs even talked about it. Like, even for them making the game, it was very hard in the end. But that's a little preview on the fun to come. And, you know, it'll be all kinds of game genres and whatever. I was looking at a parkour game. I want to find the cool way of playing that. There's like a game called White Knuckle. Don't know if I really like the graphical style, but like you have to climb with your hands, left and right mouse button sort of thing. I'm like, how can we make that interesting? Because I do find it the idea of like taking already hard games and making them insanely harder funny. But yeah, I'll definitely be looking to cook up some Skyrim stuff, Fallout stuff as well. Like Fallout is a huge part of my childhood. I haven't played through Fallout 4 now that I think about it. But Fallout 4 had its problems big time. But like I consider Fallout 2 to be one of the greatest games ever created. Fallout 3 and New Vegas were incredible as well. If you guys have never played Fallout 2 and you don't mind old school games, check it out. It's a beauty. But yeah, I'm trying to think what games there are coming up in 2026 early on. Are there many known? Well, let's have a look. Dune Crawl. I don't know what that is. Oh, wait. I might have seen this. No, I haven't. What is this? Still waiting for Sky Oblivion. Honestly, I just think, like, didn't they run into an issue recently? I can't remember what it was. Oh, no, that's the Fallout one. Remember the Fallout one? They updated Fallout 4, and it ruined the Fallout London mod completely. I think Sky Oblivion probably has a problem, which is that by the time it comes out, maybe the new Elder Scrolls is here, and then no one cares. It's a shame, because, like, I actually love Oblivion. Oblivion is probably my favorite Elder Scrolls still. But Skyrim is, like, in some ways mechanically superior. This is kind of a cool looking game. But, like, for example, this is what I mean with, like, this, because it's top-down type thing. You could, like, I would love to be able to set someone up where there is a Twitch-controlled crosshair that you guys can move. And if I walk into the crosshair at any stage and you guys press fire, like, we'll check for an image that looks comparative enough. And if it looks like me, I get informed that I got killed. And then we have to restart. Like, crap like that. Like, just sounds so weirdly out there. What's the biggest thing I've coded? Probably... created an FPS which had Unreal Tournament type formatting with weapons everywhere, as well as teleportation mechanics. So I can't... what do we call it? Is it Blink? Something like that. But the whole idea is that you could blink around, you could teleport around, and it was an FPS. But you could also do things like if you aimed at an enemy and teleported, you'd swap locations with them. That involved like a lot of netcode and also like, you know, inherent velocity and physics type coding. Yeah, probably that one. There was also, I remember after I left uni, I was working on a project, never got completed, but I liked the idea. It was kind of like Splatoon in a way. So you would mark territory, and if you ever stood on something that wasn't your territory, you'd die, sort of thing. So you had to shoot the area to claim it, and at the same time, you could kill each other with your guns. And like the cool part is that the main game mode was capture the flag type thing. You had to capture a ball, and if you had the ball, you could no longer mark territory, so your teammates had to basically mark it for you. And you could also like throw the ball at people to kind of grief them and switch their territory. That one never got completed though. I just didn't have the time. That was several years ago, so I'm really in the relearning to code type place. Because like, you know, I last done some proper coding in like 2017, maybe 2018. Just hadn't had a need for it in my new career until I was like, recently I was like, you know what, screw this, I want to create some cool things, some cool integration points with our streams. I didn't play Code Vein 1. Is that game worth exploring? Isn't this the one that's like Souls, I think? I think so. Like maybe this could be cool with a dance map. KB game dev streams would also be cool. I don't know if I want to go back to full like game dev type stuff. I don't know if it's that compelling. Isn't the most successful story of like game dev streams basically Pirate Software, who wasn't even a very good dev, pretty much deceiving about development? But I like the idea of, you know, coding to create cool things for streams. Or like as part of the process showing how we created this cool thing. It's Menace. Okay, so it's like... oh, I think I remember seeing this. This is a strategy game. Didn't look that intriguing though. Neo would be a really cool one actually. I played Neo 1, I never got around to 2. These are like, for those who don't know, these are kind of like Dark Souls games. But they're more RPG-ified. Because you like kind of have to level up your gear and whatnot, right? But like, imagine this, but you guys can put in commands to mess with me and do actions. Or like, we have things where random effects occur, such as like every 10 seconds, the screen rotates 90 degrees. Or like every random X seconds, I get flashbanged by giant white screen. Yeah, there's like loads of cool things we can do here. Elden Ring, like, yeah, I still haven't played Elden Ring actually. I need to do that at some point. This is what I mean though, because I've been so esports focused, I just haven't really had time for these type of experiences. And that's the refreshing thing about what we're going to be doing, is like we actually will be able to engage with any kind of game that has an interesting premise that we can come up with, which I find refreshing. Like my life has literally been esports for like 7 years, man. 7 years. And it's like, I definitely love what I'm doing, but at the same time, the way I appreciate or enjoy games has been substantially different in those 7 years than before. I noticed it. Because, like, I have to think about the competitive nature of something so I can go do it and maybe, like, you know, it builds in esports. Instead of just saying, hey, we're going to play, I don't know, Pragmata and see what fun crap we can do. Oh, this is the Konami game, right? Oh, no, it's Capcom. Sorry, Capcom. Now, this one might be interesting. We'll see. KP having a midlife crisis right now? No, KP just rediscovering the playful element of games that makes them so good. Like, this one actually might be good depending on how they make it. So, the Hitman guys are making a 007 game. What's up, T-West? But, like, I don't know if it's open world-ish. Kind of like the Hitmans. If it is, this could be freaking great for that type of content. I feel like I've gotten a more critical eyes review of games as I've spent years in competitive esports. Maybe it might be different for you, right? But like for me, I don't think it changed in that way because like I guess I already had that experience from my time in game development. Like that type of evolution happened for me when I was getting my game design degree. Because all of a sudden you start thinking about game mechanics, feedback loops, etc. in a very different way. Like this could be a good one actually. It honestly depends if it's more open world-ish. I have a feeling this is going to be more railroaded, which I wouldn't be a fan of. Because, yeah, I think we'll do some Hitman World of Assassination streams as well. Just got to find fun ways to play them. Like, random quests being given would be a great one. Random buttons disabled. I've got to set up a button random disabler. I just like the idea of just, like, every 20 seconds a button doesn't work. Or like, you know, every 2 minutes, all your buttons change. I don't know. And that one I'm not so keen on because I feel like so the important thing when we come up with challenges is I want it to be visually stimulating for you guys so you get it. It's like that's always that's why, for example, when we done the no hands thing on Dishonored, we literally have a camera set up to watch our hands. Do the freelancer mode. That's what I'm thinking. I need to take I got a code for Hitman. I'm gonna have a deeper look at it in the next week or two, and figure out some cool angles. And then yeah, GTA is ages away, because like that's the thing. We're just looking for cool ways of playing games, basically. What are we looking at? Age of Empires. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we're looking at. Yeah, someone was saying about the like directory difference or whatever. But yeah, there's loads of cool ideas. Also speedruns. I'm actually gonna have a look at the speedruns because I'm reviewing fun, stupid speedruns. Like I was saying about this the other day with like Mario Odyssey, it has the nipple speedrun to get his like swimsuit, which would be really fun. There was like okay, did you guys hear about this? It didn't become a serious speedrun, but like I was looking up speedruns and it just got popped up to me on like a very minimally viewed video. It was Modern Warfare Flashbang a Baby speedrun. Which just sounds hilarious when you say it like that. It's just basically there's the level where you have to break into those guys the terrorist house and clear it. And it's just it's like speedrunning Flashbanging the Baby. It sounds so dumb said out loud. And hilarious. But it's like very basic when you do it. But yeah, like finding small incremental speedruns can be fun as well. Because that's essentially what we done. So like with the Dishonored thing, it was literally we were doing one of the hardest challenges in Dishonored. Or combos, because it's 2 different achievements you have to do. But then we were like, now we're going to make it harder. So yeah. Just finding goofy ways of taking already hard challenges a step further. Like, what was Peak's hardest achievement to get, I wonder? I don't know, I'll have to have a look later and see. Okay, so Peak's hardest to get achievement is resurrect a friend using unholy means. I don't care. That's there. Pull an unconscious friend 30 meters with a rescue claw. I climb past the Alpine without ever having more than 20% cold. Like that with some sort of extra challenge could be quite hard. You should have to figure out what. 0 kill campaign speedruns? Yeah, like that's a classic one. But like that's an example where I don't think Age of Empires is as good of the game as StarCraft for that specific type of challenge. It's like a lot of us would have probably seen Giant Grant games, can you beat StarCraft campaign without losing a unit, stuff like that. Because of the way units function in those games, I find that it seems a lot more compelling than it would in Age of Empires 2 or 4. Maybe I'm wrong with that. But like, I thought about it, I was like, in AoE 4, you'd literally just spam outposts to complete that challenge. That would be the optimal strategy for literally every single level. Right? Is build outposts and build siege. Which I don't think is like as engaging to watch. But, you know, I had one idea where we could do, like, Transport Tycoon, but we have a bunch of random handicaps that flag every X minutes. You have to, like, achieve something in game. So a perfect example could be, like, every... like, you know, every time it rolls, it could roll things like you have to spend all your money on train tracks. Right now. But yeah, we'll keep cooking. There's loads of cool ideas there. But guys, I think I'm getting ready to cool down and go spend some time with the fam. Need to eat some food. Maybe get a little bit more editing done on that Dishonored, try and get it beautifully perfect, and then plan what we're doing tomorrow. I am leaning towards like Dead Space or Alien Isolation with green light, red light. But who knows? You'll have to tune in to find out. Maybe we'll spin it a different way. Maybe playing Doom, but you can only move backwards. I don't know. There's a few ideas brewing in my brain for tomorrow. I was tempted to do another Dishonored run, because after we'd done the first one, I was like, oh, there's so many cool challenges now in my brain. But I kind of don't want to just do the same game multiple screens in a row. I want to mix it up a bit first, and then come back to them. All right, guys. I'm going to end the stream for YouTube. Our journey here ends. I'll be back tomorrow. I won't be pushing it live on the YouTube channel. So if you want to watch twitch.tv/killerpigeon is where the fun will commence. So make sure you tune in there tomorrow when we go live with games done in challenging ways. So I'm going to end the stream for you YouTubers. Farewell. See you again soon. And no second AoE 4 stream this week because obviously Thursday is going to be Christmas. So I wish you all well if you don't turn up tomorrow. Actually, no, I don't. You should turn up tomorrow. Shame on you if you